I have a quick and foolproof method to determine if a gun, an optic, or a piece of tactical gear is overhyped. Check the used market. If something gets a lot of hype, a lot of guys are going to buy it, but if a lot of them start showing up used, that means there's a disconnect between hype and reality. And that brings us to the topic of today's video. The Elcan Spectre DR1-4 is a variable power optic with a lever to quickly switch between 1 power and 4 times magnification. Instead of moving lenses around to change magnification level, the Spectre just rotates between 2 different prisms. Yep, this isn't a traditional magnified scope, it's actually 2 prism sights hot glued to a Lazy Susan. So don't think of the Spectre as an LPVO, think of it as 2 ACOGs in a big tube. The Elcan has all the characteristics of a prism sight. It has a very short overall length relative to its magnification level, a wide field of view, quality glass, and a punishing eye box. Looking through the Spectre, I can simultaneously understand why it gets the hype that it does, and also why nobody likes it enough to keep one. The 1x setting on the Elcan is a true 1x magnification. The image has less distortion than any LPVO I've ever looked through. The view through the Elcan at 1x is perfectly flat and seems to be completely unmagnified, not 1.1x or 0.9x like a lot of LPVOs. This means you can shoot with it kind of like a red dot with both eyes open, particularly if you use the illumination, which is literally aim point bright. Not like a joke or a lazy comparison, it's actually bright as fuck. The super flat true 1x mode means you don't get any kind of double vision effect like with an LPVO or a Trigicon MRO. With a quick flick of the lever on the left side of the optic, you go straight to 4x. Do not pass 2x, do not collect $1,700. At 4x, the Spectre has great field of view, not quite as wide as a 4x ACOG, but wider than a 3.5x ACOG, and much wider than any LPVO at 4x that I can find data for. The Spectre is available with a BDC reticle for 5.56 or 7.62 by 51 NATO, and it's got a lot of data built into the reticle. It has a built-in drop compensation for the appropriate caliber, a rangefinder that I do not know how to use, and area fire indicators for use with a machine gun. The Spectre also has a second illumination mode that lights up the whole BDC reticle instead of just the center dot. Use the red dot mode for close range 1x use, and use the fully illuminated reticle for low light shots at 4x. The Spectre also has backup iron sights that can be attached to the top of the scope body. Since the merry-go-round of prisms take up so much space inside the optic body, the zeroing is all external. The elevation is controlled by a lockable wheel under the rear of the optic, and the windage is controlled by a recessed turret on the left side. The zero adjustments move the whole optic, not just the reticle, so zeroing the scope zeroes the iron sights at the same time. There is also an accessory mounting point on the top of the Spectre. It can accept a small Picatinny rail section or an adapter to allow it to use Noblex pattern red dot sights, none of which are really any good. Wow, this thing sounds pretty good so far, right? Definitely worth the approximately $1,700 to $2,000 asking price. Well, it's still a prism optic, and prism optics still suck noodle. The eye box and eye relief on the Spectre is punishingly small, not just on the 4x, but also on the 1x, which has exactly the same eye position restrictions. A budget LPVO like the Burris RT6 has a huge amount of eye relief at 1x and a fairly forgiving eye box. It gets a lot tighter at 6x, but it's still more generous than the Elcan Spectre at either magnification level. The only upside to the Spectre is that you will never have to readjust your eye position after changing magnification levels. The only appeal prism sights have for me personally is their high magnification level relative to their size and weight. A 4x ACOG weighs about 15 ounces with a mount. The new Vortex Spitfire Gen 2 5x weighs about 10 ounces. My Burris RT6 is a middle-of-the-road LPVO in terms of size and weight. It comes in at 25 ounces with a skeletonized mount. The Spectre is about 23 ounces, so it's significantly heavier than a standalone magnified prism, but not bad compared to an LPVO. Do you really use the magnification levels between 1 and 6 on a standard LPVO? Maybe not if you're in a hurry. If you're at 1x and need to take a longer shot, you might as well crank that bitch up to 6. But if you're hanging around and looking at something for a while, you may want to dial back to 3x to get a compromise between magnification and field of view. I don't know, that's pretty much theoretical. I can imagine it happening, but it's never happened to me. The eye box isn't the only fly in the Spectre's ointment. The backup irons are really hard to use. They're basically pistol iron sights, but they're very close to your face. Try holding your handgun 2 inches in front of your face and using the sights. It's pretty hard to do. It's not a huge deal since they're for emergencies only, so who really cares? The mount for the Spectre is also fairly bulky, which can be a problem depending on where you mount it. It could interfere with your charging handle. If I mount it all the way to the rear to mitigate the eye relief issues, the charging handle is almost completely blocked. Mounted a slot or two forward allows me more access to the charging handle, but the arms levers still block the charging handle on the right side. You could use a huge extended lever ambidextrous charging handle to get around this, but those cause their own interference problems with body armor and LBE. So the Spectre looks great on paper and great if you're just hanging out at the range, but the restrictive eye box causes a serious usability problem. Shooters who don't really mind crowding up on the gun probably won't mind it as much as I do. I'm also pretty big. Even if you're a smaller dude or you shoot nose to charging handle, you're still going to be affected by eye relief and eye box. Sometimes you shoot standing, sometimes prone. Both of those have different head positions. Sometimes you're wearing body armor or a backpack, or maybe both. And sometimes you're using night vision. These are all scenarios where a red dot is a great option, and the thing is, prism optics are not red dots. 1x prisms are not red dots, even if they have good eye relief. Good eye relief is not good enough. You don't use the term eye relief when talking about an aim point because it just doesn't apply. The 1x mode on an Elcan Spectre is not a replacement for a red dot. So let's talk about night vision. The Spectre has great glass quality with fantastic light transmission for use with night vision. Unfortunately, it has the same problem as the Trijicon MRO. It does not focus at the same distance as your surroundings. You can focus on the target, or you can focus on the image through the scope and on the reticle. The Spectre seems to focus at about 5 feet, and your NV device isn't going to spend a lot of time focused at 5 feet. If you have a dual-tube NV system, you can focus the tube over your dominant eye to the scope, and keep your other tube focused to your target. At least that way you'd only be half blind. If you used an LPVO with night vision, you would run into the same problem. But LPVOs are scopes, and scopes have adjustable diopter. Spin the diopter adjustment out a few turns until you no longer need to change focus on the NV device, and you're up and running. Keep it like that until the sun comes up. This is something you can do with a magnified prism scope like the Vortex Spitfire Gen 2, but you cannot do it with any of the models of the Trijicon ACOG as far as I know, and you can't do it with the Elcan Spectre. So unless you're okay with changing the focus on your night vision device every time you look through the optic, and then back again every time you lower the optic, the Spectre does not work for night vision. The mounting position also becomes a problem. For normal use, you need about 2 inches of eye relief. For use with night vision, you need about 2 inches, plus about 4 to 6 for your NV device, plus another inch for your face. If the Spectre is mounted far enough back for use without NV, it's mounted too far back for comfortable use with NV, unless you're a very small person with a very long adjustable stock. An Elcan with a piggybacked red dot could work, but now you're just throwing good money after bad. Spending close to $2,000 on an optic, more like $2,500 once you get the piggyback set up, and now you've got a vestigial 1x setting on the scope you don't really need. So why not just go with an ACOG RMR stack, or the fixed 4-power Elcan and a red dot? Then it's basically just a Canadian ACOG. The Spectre DR1-4 with a red dot is way heavier than an ACOG with an RMR on it. A Trijicon TA11 with an RMR will probably run you about as much as a Spectre, and it will work better in almost all respects, and it will weigh a lot less. And that's why there are so many used Spectres for sale on TaxSwap and ARFCom and eBay. The Spectre has a lot of little annoying problems, and for $2,000 it can't afford to be less than perfect. For that price it needs to be like manna from heaven. The EOTech EXPS3 and the Aimpoint T2 are both fairly expensive sights, and they're both great, but I see a ton of EXPS3s for sale on the secondary market and almost no T2s. I think the reason for that is pretty obvious. The EXPS3 gets a lot of hype. It's distinctive looking, it's in all the video games, and it has the allure of futuristic hologram technology. The actual sight itself is also great. Phenomenal performance under night vision, extremely low parallax, and a fast reticle that looks great under a magnifier. It's awesome. But there are downsides that you don't appreciate until you actually get your hands on it. EOTechs are big, they're heavy, the reticle is fuzzier than it looks in pictures and video games, the battery life isn't great, and you can't leave it on all the time, not even if you want to. And on the other end of the spectrum, the Aimpoint T2. There's nothing exciting about the T2, so it doesn't get hyped up, and if you buy one, there's no glaring faults that will make you want to sell it. A lot of boys bought EOTechs based on reputation and sold them based on size, battery life, or reticle issues. Guys who buy T2s are doing so based on their experience with the last piece of shit red dot they owned, and then they keep them forever. The Elcan Spectre is a really good scope. It's got a lot of kick-ass features and qualities, but it's also the wrong scope for everybody. Seriously, there's not a single person out there who is best served by an Elcan Spectre DR-14, except maybe an M240 Bravo gunner, but that guy is at the mercy of military logistics and doesn't get to make his own choices.
Hey, nice drip. I just like it, bros.
By the way, you guys can find me on Subscribestar if you would like to support this channel. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Before we get into the Army's next generation thermal night vision goggles, we have a message from our partner, Private Internet Access. Military forces around the world know how important it is to use encryption to have a secure network. Private Internet Access is the most customizable VPN service, which is part of the reason why it's so popular. It's used by over 30 million users to reroute their internet traffic through an encrypted tunnel, giving people back their privacy. Private Internet Access is the most customizable VPN on the market, so you can actually tell the Pentagon that you have a modular VPN experience. The service blocks malicious websites, ads, and hides your online activity, so you can research drone warfare for your YouTube channel all day long without raising any eyebrows. If you care about your operational security online, then you want Private Internet Access. It's risk-free, and they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Click our link in the description to get Private Internet Access for $2.08 each month for 3 years, and to get 2 months free. We own the night, right? It's a popular phrase first used by US forces during the Gulf War when their night vision capabilities gave them the ability to operate at night with a huge tactical advantage against their enemy that only had their naked eye. Recently though, there's a huge problem facing our claim of owning the night. Everyone now has night vision goggles, and we're forced to now share the night. The US military has never been one to share toys though. In an attempt to take back the night, the US Army recently issued the first enhanced thermal night vision goggles, which wirelessly sends your weapon's point of view superimposed onto your goggles' point of view. It looks like they're basically adding some Snapchat filters to night vision devices. But this is a revolutionary new way to fight. The US military had to scramble to invent it because using the old systems of night shooting jeopardized the safety of every infantryman. It put them in direct danger by sending out IR signatures that everyone now has the capability to see. But is the EMVG worth it? It weighs over 2 pounds, costs $10K more, and there are concerns about whether or not soldiers will be able to get the hang of firing this new complicated way of shooting. You now have to shoot from a video feed of your rifle's point of view. It's akin to a weird out-of-body experience. More on that in a minute though. So the old legacy PVS-14 system gave every American infantryman a huge edge from 2003 to 2009, and they had a massive advantage over the enemy who only had their naked eye at night, which was good for maybe about 50 meters. The US infantry with their PVS-14s could see the enemy up to 250 meters. I'll take those odds any day. During the next two conflicts, MVGs allowed for offensive night operations, midnight raids on unsuspecting high-value targets. US ground forces operated with impunity at night until 2010. That's when the US military realized they had this night vision problem. John Tishman and Dan Schoen wrote about this for the Modern War Institute, and they said, quote, "Though the Army may have owned the night for decades, the pressing reality of large-scale combat operations against a similarly equipped force means it cannot expect to continue that dominance without a major effort to codify its night fighting doctrine, reduce the signature of soldiers operating at night, and re-examine its over-reliance on night dominance at the combat training centers." End quote. Every other near-peer major military power around the world reverse-engineered our PVS-14 technology. Even the low-budget insurgents were getting their hands on cheap NVGs, which are becoming more commonplace. All of those IR strobes and IR laser beams that the US targeted enemy forces with in the past, those have now become a double-edged sword that the enemy could visibly see too. It's kind of like how when you wrote a secret note to your crush in college with invisible ink, except now everyone can see what you wrote, and it's embarrassing. From an early 1976 US Army field manual on night operations, it says, quote, "Among the technological races the US Army must run and win against potential enemies, few have higher combat payoff than an edge in night fighting capability." End quote. For a lot of people, the first time they saw the revolutionary night fighting shooting technology was in the video game Call of Duty Modern Warfare. During an early mission, you see your platoon running around with IR laser beams, and those laser beams clearly show you what enemy you're targeting. I don't often talk about video games, but I think in this case, it really illustrates the point of just how mind-blowing this technology was back in 2004. It was as simple as placing the laser beam on the target and pulling the trigger. Without night vision capabilities of their own at the time, the enemies couldn't see the IR laser beams headed their way. This legacy system worked great when your team was the only one with night vision, but when the enemy started to get NVGs, then every time you turned on your PEC-15 infrared laser pointer, it became a liability by sending out a visible signature which very visibly led the bad guys right back to you. Worst of all, the Army training manuals have done little to update nighttime procedures in the face of these new threats. First Training and Doctrine Command, also known as TRADOC, is the arm of the military that's responsible for updating the Army's fighting tactics. But some of these night fighting techniques changed so fast that by the time TRADOC has codified the rules, they're already obsolete. Wake up, TRADOC, we're counting on you. But the old NVGs had problems that plagued grunts who everyone knows are notorious for complaining like a bunch of children. For instance, I used the old PVS-14 system in Iraq, and the complaints were endless. It was monocular, so it only covered your one eye, which gave you a very limited 40-degree field of view. The system's weight sat awkwardly mounted on your helmet, always sliding away from your eye. The green tint gave you a headache after using it for only 20 minutes. PVS-14s offered very little depth perception, so when I was on patrol, I was always bumping into the person in front of me or stumbling into ditches on the side of the road. Some of that might be explained away by my clumsiness, but the max effective range for these things was only about 150 meters, which in 2009 felt like a superpower, but by today's night vision standards, it's a bad joke. Quote from the Modern War Institute, night operations in the Middle East and elsewhere have had the unique advantage of nearly total situational awareness, with an unsurpassed ability for soldiers to distinguish friend from foe, and with overhead manned and unmanned platforms able to rapidly identify the edges of friendly battle space. Fighting an enemy with limited or no night vision enhancement has atrophied doctrine and tactical development in an era when even insurgent forces can employ these devices and pure adversaries carry them as standard equipment. End quote. Infrared strobe beacons were a standard operating procedure for my old platoon in Iraq. Whenever we patrolled, we had our IR strobe beacons turned on, so if you saw any friendly soldier, they were lit up like a Christmas tree through your NVGs. But if the enemy now has NVGs too, then your IR strobe is basically waving a giant red flag saying, hey, I'm over here. Technology just wasn't there yet to solve all of the problems right away. It would take iterations between 2009 and all the way up to 2019 for a true NVG solution. The first step was the PVS-Q20. It could now see not only shortwave infrared, we now had thermal vision capabilities. The maximum effective range just jumped from 150 meters to 700 meters for identifying an enemy target. Funny how dumping boatloads of money onto problems seems to fix things. The next step is the Army's full solution. The enhanced night vision goggles, binoculars, integrated with the new family of weapon sight individual. These two pieces to the puzzle solve our night vision problem and returned ownership of the night to the US. Aiming with this new system probably feels like a weird out-of-body experience though, and we're yet to see if troops can successfully implement them in combat on a large scale. To give you an idea of how strange aiming with it is, you know how it is to shoot in a first-person video game, right? And then there are third-person shooters. There have been some people who have tried to figure out what a second-person shooter would be like, and I think firing with this new system is the closest to what a second-person shooter would feel like, and here's why. You see from your goggles point of view, and then you press a button, and it wirelessly sends an overlay of your rifle's point of view on top of your goggles view. You're shooting from this detached second-person viewpoint. It takes training to adjust to this complicated new way of shooting, but it's the only way to avoid having to use IR laser beams for targeting. You can also go by the reticle, which is a little bit easy and less confusing. When you first look at the EMVG footage, you notice that there's an outline mode, which you can see is more crisp, more clear, and higher resolution. It also gives the image this sharp contrast that looks like shell shading that you might see in a video game. At first I thought there must be a computer processor in there, a program inside the headset that identifies targets and outlines them. But that's actually just a result of the passive overlay of thermal and IR vision. The end result is this cartoonish outline that really highlights and draws your eyes to potential targets immediately. This gives soldiers the ability to find and shoot targets faster, which could literally be the difference in a battle. Major Brian Kelso, PEO Soldier Assistant Product Manager for ENVG, hinted at the system's max range. You can detect targets at 600 meters. That's how big of an improvement this is. End quote. During my interview with the L3 Harris engineers, they also confirmed they had hit targets at 750 meters using the next-gen fire control combined with this system. There's no longer a green tint because the new system uses white phosphorus tubes instead of green, not to be confused with white phosphorus, which is a war crime. It has an augmented reality overlay that displays maps and wirelessly connects to other squads, allowing troops to digitally mark locations in cyberspace. These markers show up across everyone's field of view. This enhanced NVG can even work during the daytime, which makes me think we might see a far-off future where augmented vision is used 24/7 during all operations, because it makes it easier to detect and hit targets during the day as well as at night. Troops using these ENVG goggles had a 100% improvement on M4 carbine qualification and a 300% improvement on detecting targets. They also had a 30 to 50% decrease in the amount of time it took them to identify then engage a target. U.S. Infantry 10th Mountain Commander Hess said, quote, "In terms of target detection and clarity, the difference between the ENVG and the PVS-14 is night and day. We're taking targets out to 300 meters and even beyond, whereas our guys with the 14s are having trouble seeing beyond 150. There's really no comparison." This is why the Army is resurrecting a decades-old, long-failed program called the Future Warrior System. When you can't use IR strobe beacons to mark locations, you need to now use a digital augmented reality system. The MVG now allows Battlefield Command to digitally send friendly and enemy location markers to your augmented display. And this is the dream of the Future Warrior system come to life. This part of the new system is still in its infancy, but if the Army wants to continue to own the night, they will need to figure out how to get digital-friendly markers to work over an interconnected communications network. One commenter on my Instagram wrote, quote, "I think that in CQB, the PEC-15 will still be used because it's about being faster and being able to aim in small spaces without having to try to use the nods and optics, which can be cumbersome." End quote. This is a really great point because the PEC-15 will still have an advantage in close-range engagements, probably anything below 100 meters. CQB urban room clearing can alternatively possibly still successfully be done with simply an old-fashioned white light flashlight. So the old-school torch still has a place in combat. There are some drawbacks to the new system, though. The new system is not without its downsides, because with the added features comes added weight. The new NVGs weigh 2.5 pounds, about twice as much as the old system. The FWS sight that goes on top of your weapon weighs about 1.5 pounds. And once you add on the next generation fire control, which is another 2.5, and the 9-pound 6.8 NGSW rifle itself, you're looking at around 13 pounds for just your regular rifleman. It also has a steep price tag, currently costing around $23,000 per system. That last generation went for around $10,000. A second lieutenant from the 10th Mountain who tried the new system said, quote, "These are capabilities I never thought I'd see in the Army. It's a lot like learning to drive a stick shift. We just need practice." End quote. This quote hints at how weird it must be to fire with this picture-in-picture perspective, to shoot from your rifle's reticle's point of view. Because if you're a second LT in the Army, surrounded by news, media, and your commanders, of course you won't say anything too negative about the Army's new multi-million-dollar toy. I've heard other slight hints like this, where if you read between the lines, you can hear driving like a stick shift. This means this is way harder to get the hang of shooting.
ISR from orbiting drones, and F-18s from the Ford. So do not hesitate to call if you feel like you need that sort of support. The mission here is going to be primarily to locate and rescue our comrades who have been taken. It is expected that once they were seized after the ambush in Vumba, that they were brought either to the 2 towns near Objective Black or to the military compound near Objective White. So the objective is going to be insert by boat on the 2 bays, rivers leading up to that, and conduct a coordinated assault on those 2 objectives. If we can conduct it fast enough and quiet enough, we may be able to locate our guys there and bring them out quickly. That's going to be primary. Secondary objective is going to be to knock the head off of this pitiful little snake that's starting to take over the land. Gentleman by the name of Jawar Aji, codename People's King. He owns and operates a plantation growing various legal and illegal substances near Objective Benko. It's also possible that should our operation be detected, that the captives will be moved to that area, or worse yet, to Objective Fine. Objective Fine, the town of Gabu, has been entirely engulfed by this African militia, and the closer we get to it, the more sympathetic the civilian population will become. We want to avoid that at all costs. It's entirely possible that if an assault of that objective becomes necessary, we will simply have to wait for more friendly forces. We don't want to do that because the longer this takes, the more likely it is that the SEALs that are currently captive will be killed. At this time, we have no information on any sort of demands from the hostage takers. We're not going to wait for it. We're going to go in and get our guys. As far as the insert, it's going to be up to individual squad leads to conduct those as we go. We will take super special flag here behind me to mission start, grab ribs, 1 for each squad, and conduct our movement from there. Any questions at this time, gentlemen?
I got a question. Assuming that our casualties are not English, what's the procedure for extracting them?
At this time, it's possible that we could find use of some air asset, but we'll have to bring them back some distance. Other than that, we're cleared to seize enemy vehicles or, worst case,
Roger that.
on cannon.
I think it's our better with answers.
So you head out, go ahead west, get us to the tunnel.
Straight ahead here.
Our dismount is around this little bend, 300 meters. Buildings on the left side. Okay, well, I guess we're fucking dismounting here.
Hands up.
Where's up? Got civilians in those buildings up ahead to the north.
Civilians over there, but they've got weapons.
So copy, go ahead and follow you out to the north as you can. Alright, let's fucking not all two. Yep. We're heading west, and then we're gonna be heading north, taking a position.
Movement to our direct north. Danger close.
Get down.
Taking more fire from the north somewhere.
Choose one, go ahead and start moving east, start clearing the town, we'll move online. Fisher, this is where we're going. Let's start pushing east, northeast, let's clear this. We're gonna be moving
Okay.
online with 2. Fisher, this is roughly 3-1 over. Send traffic. So copy, we'll push online. Alright, push east, start clearing up. We got friendlies to our north.
Copy.
Bishop is roughly 3-1. Be advised, we just walked into a patrol. We're initiating our attack now. Over.
Audible on a Vic of some sort to the northeast. We kick in everything or just what do you take contact from?
Just what we take contact from. Gun truck down to our northeast. 2-1. Be advised on that white smoke is a gun truck. We just dropped the gunner and the driver. Team 2, just keep moving to the east. We'll hold here.
Copy. It's coming from the dock area.
Yeah, it was on the right side of that white smoke. The right side of the white smoke on the right.
Watching the left side of that building. You guys set over there?
Wait, one.
move northeast. Solid copy. Go ahead and start regrouping with us.
I got audible to the south somewhere. Some sort of thing.
South.
One down. That guy was between both teams. He's down. Sounds like there's another one over there further up.
It's in traffic.
There's guys in the tall grass between north of us, like just north of the fucking down gun truck.
Yeah, fucking across the street to the northeast, 2 prone.
There's one on the other side of that tree.
Pretty sure I just dropped him. Team 2, go ahead and push east about 50 meters. Get eyes on the docks.
Copy, moving.
Some traffic. Saw a copper. I'm gonna push east as well. Alright, let's push east with them. We're pushing east as well.
Copy.
We'll go up this ladder.
West.
There's a Vic to our northeast.
Keep those fucking hands up.
Yeah, I'm over here. I popped this smoke to cover fucking egress. Y'all can stand up and look over the front.
Hey, what about?
We're better off if we didn't go fucking in there. As far as actually clearing out bad guys, we're better off. We're better off. Poorly.
One of the main lessons issue. It's often to shoot it. It's a literal blast. U.S. forces able to start shooting at them. Army. So officially, the army or automatic fire, although personally it was easily my favorite part of 6 Hours NGSW program. On this Thursday at 11 a.m.
Yeah, good to go.
Focus, okay?
Let's do it. Yeah, come on.
Ну, пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это. Ну что, неплохой день, да? Четко все. Гнида! Все к барыгам, короче. Потом по бабам. Давай, мочи их! Вот тупырь! А ты петуха! Сдохни на, тварь! Сука ты, блядь, и упырь, блядь, гнида, блядь! Ёпра, блин, все отбили. Это что за хрень?
Erwin Rommel.
Zweifelt keinen Moment daran, dass die Amerikaner und Engländer landen werden. Aus ihren Schiffen wird sich eine Welle von Männern und Stahl auf unsere Strände ergießen und wir müssen darauf vorbereitet sein. Wir haben Minen, wir haben Panzersperren, wir haben den gesamten Strand aufgeklärt. Wenn wir doch nur die Panzerreserven hätten. Ob in Calais oder hier in der Normandie, es steht dasselbe auf dem Spiel. Das Schicksal Deutschlands hängt vom Ausgang der ersten 24 Stunden der Landung ab. Für die Alliierten als auch für Deutschland wird es der längste Tag werden.
Hi, I'm Griffin Johnson, the Armchair Historian. The story of D-Day and its accompanying airborne and partisan operations is well known from the Allied perspective, but seldom is this critical juncture of the Second World War looked at through the eyes of those defending the Atlantic Wall. Seldom are the stories of individual German soldiers studied. In today's episode, we will revisit our most popular video, D-Day from the German perspective, and bring you recollections from the men who saw the French sky darken with paratroopers and the English Channel teem with battleships, and knew that the end of the Reich was at hand. Here's a quick question for you. What did George Patton, Albert Kesselring, and Bernard Montgomery all have in common? Well, aside from being officers in the Second World War, they all suffered from unfortunate cases of male pattern baldness. And as we all know, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it, which is why today's video is sponsored by Keeps, a subscription service focused on making it easy for men seeking treatment for baldness. Feature endings did not take the Germans completely by surprise. On the contrary, the highest echelons of German command were well aware that an invasion was imminent and of the least possible threat. The Führer was confident that the Atlantic Wall, stretching from the border of Spain to Norway, would not only repulse any Allied landing, but cause so many Commonwealth and American casualties that the Western Allies would lose their capacity to continue the war. Fritz Bayerlein, a senior aide to Erwin Rommel in Africa and later commander of the Panzer Lehr Division at Normandy, held the debacle at Dieppe up as incontrovertible proof the Allies could not manage an amphibious assault. The series of successful Allied amphibious landings in Italy gave even Hitler pause, however, and he placed Rommel in charge of shoring up the defenses along the English Channel. Rommel's task was an inevitable one. Concrete was at a premium, with the lion's share of Germany's supply going to the construction of hardened U-boat shelters per Hitler's direct orders. French laborers and Italian POWs were conscripted to improve the defenses. Turrets from captured French tanks were made into makeshift emplacements named Tobruk's after a jury-rigged reinforced firing pit Italian soldiers had built with buried cement pipes in North Africa. And extensive minefields were laid. Perhaps Rommel's most ingenious inventions were the Rommelspargel, or Rommel's asparagus. Webs of metal wire strung along fields of short poles meant to shred gliders as they tried to land, alongside anti-ship mines placed into the beaches atop angled poles driven into the sand. But static
Кепка!
defenses were only part of Rommel's strategy. Hitler and the High Command had become convinced the Allies would land at the easy-to-reach Pas de Calais. Operatives confirmed this loudly and often, falling for the Allied deception operation, Operation Fortitude. Rommel, for his part, began to shift his view toward an Allied landing at Normandy. The beaches were similar to the Italian shore, and the Allies would want to maximize their chances of success by striking on familiar ground. Regardless of where the Allies came, Rommel argued that the only way to beat them back was through defensive action on the beaches, meeting the Allies as they landed and denying them the opportunity to take even a centimeter of ground. Given the quality of the troops defending Normandy, this was far easier planned than executed. Normandy was the responsibility of the 7th Army, whose units in the area were, to put it mildly, of mixed quality. Promising recruits were siphoned off by SS, Fallschirmjäger, or Panzer recruiters, leaving a contingent of unfit or unremarkable men. Among the defenders of Normandy were the so-called ear and stomach battalions, composed of soldiers convalescing from combat wounds to their abdomens, or who were experiencing hearing loss, and Osttruppen, foreign auxiliaries from conquered lands forced to fight for the Reich, including many Soviet POWs. Naturally, most proved highly ineffective, with many deserting to join the French resistance or surrendering to the Allies at the first opportunity. The few capable soldiers either suffered from endemic fatalism, such as Captain Eberhard Wegemann of the 21st Panzer Division, who commented, "We were well aware that neither our men nor our tanks were good enough, or were almost fanatically prepared to meet their foes." This attitude was usually evinced by the younger SS troops. As June 5th crept into June 6th, the Kriegsmarine pulled patrols from the English Channel. German meteorologists had declared the weather unsuitable for an invasion through June 10th. There was, scientifically speaking, no chance of a landing. Rommel took these assurances as an opportunity to go on leave, returning to Germany to celebrate his wife's birthday and arrange an audience with Hitler to request additional panzers along the wall. Friedrich Dollmann, commander of the 7th Army, ordered a command post drill for his officers on June 6th. The evening was shaping up to be a quiet affair, and the Germans began preparing for the next day's routine, until Allied bombs began falling. This itself was not unusual, as the Allies had launched near-continuous runs against the Germans for some time, but this raid was an overture to Operation Overlord. As sentries fought off sleep, gliders began to make silent landings. As officers crawled into bed, paratroopers began to descend to Earth. Bewildered German commanders found enemies literally raining down on their heads and desperately rang to their superiors or assembled cells of ad hoc resistance. Lieutenant General Josef Reicher, commander of the 711th Infantry Division, recalled a night of drinking in the officers' mess, ending in combat. The inebriated officer, pistol in hand, stumbled out into the night to find British paratroopers raining down on the 711th's command post. Reichert and his men were able to fend off the assault, and the still drunk general desperately rang to his superiors to announce the beginning of the Allied invasion. In the American landing zones, Lieutenant General Wilhelm Fahly, commander of the 91st Luftlandedivision, Division, was ambushed and killed by the 82nd Airborne just behind his headquarters near Saulmain-Iglay. Other Germans proved less willing to give battle. Rainer Hartmetz, a soldier serving near Normandy, rushed to his command post to find his officers gripped by battle shock. Two men were simply catatonic, while Reiner's company commander was sprawled drunkenly in a foxhole. Every time a runner brought news from the front line, the commander would idly threaten to execute anyone who returned to the scene of the action. As dawn began to light up the Normandy coast, the Germans were shocked to see an Allied armada steaming toward them. With no naval forces to challenge them, the Allied landing craft and their escorts took up their positions in the English Channel. And that's when the shells began landing. the opening bombardment of Omaha Beach caught German shore batteries in the middle of preparing for gunnery practice, turning what should have been a morning of plinking in the Atlantic into a scramble for survival. Weathering this bombardment was the 716th Static Infantry Division, a unit of notoriously low quality, composed of decrepit or boyish conscripts and ill-motivated Osttruppen. The division was denied the usual allotment of artillery and heavy vehicles their peers in the army enjoyed, relying on a hodgepodge of German armaments and foreign heavy weapons. But the 716th was not alone at Omaha, as other areas were defended by the much more powerful 352nd Infantry Division. As battle was joined on the beach and American servicemen scrambled for cover, machine gunner Heinrich Zavelo of the 352nd could see the water spouts where my machine gun bursts were hitting, and when the little fountains got close to the GIs, they threw themselves down. They lay in the shallow water. Many tried to get to the most forward beach obstacles to find some cover behind them. I fired some more at the many dark foams in the water. Zavelo's senior, one Lieutenant Frerking, pitied the Americans as poor swine, even as he called more artillery strikes onto the floundering infantry. All over the beach, Zavelo could see wounded moving around on the bloody, watery slime, mostly creeping, trying to get to the upper beach and find some cover behind the shingle embankment. One by one, they would occasionally run in a crouch. As the day went on, men like Zavelo and their heavy weaponry would make Omaha the deadliest landing on D-Day. The 716th Division at Sword Beach was a sorry affair. The overstretched Germans were severely lacking in air support or completed fortifications, and had utterly failed to coordinate with coastal artillery in their sector. The area teemed with vacation homes and coastal settlements, and save for some emplacements in the sand dunes and a handful of beach obstacles, was largely undeveloped. The individual soldiers were also of low quality, with Lieutenant Karl Haida bemoaning the condition of his division's officers. Many had been severely wounded previously. Some became unpleasant or socially inept due to their early harsh war experiences. I will not deny that some did get drunk at times. Lieutenant Schaff of the 716th noted that the rank and file were overworked and ill-motivated, too busy putting up wire and planting Rommel's asparagus to have much time for training. Indeed, the mix of Germans and Osttruppen defending Sword Beach routinely evinced a lack of care, as artilleryman Hans Glaub describes his fellow gunners failing to keep their pieces clean. Sword would prove to be a relatively smooth landing, with the Germans yielding the beach to British forces with minimum casualties. Their attitude would change when they met the more professional soldiers of the 21st Panzer Division, launching a two-pronged counterattack to the east and west of Sword. However, Major Hans von Luch, commander of the Eastern Thrust, wrote in his memoir, Panzer Commander, of attempting to lead the 2nd Battalion of the 21st against dug-in British paratroopers, only to be stymied by Allied aircraft and naval fire. The German defense at Utah Beach was compromised by the airborne operations. Cut phone lines had crippled their ability to exchange information, while the spread-out landing zones made mounting a large-scale defense difficult. Utah and its environs were defended primarily by the 709th Infantry Division, made up of older Germans and the ever-ubiquitous Osttruppen, armed with a bizarre mix of weapons. French, German, Polish, even Russian armaments filled their stores, but blessed with competent leadership at least. Lieutenant General Karl Wilhelm Graf von Schlieben, overall commander of the 709th, would order an actual organized counterattack in the face of the airborne assault, arranging for the 100th Panzer Battalion to drive forward to meet the 82nd Airborne at Saint-Mère-Iglay, and at their critical bridgehead over the Mériday. The 100th would be driven back by the 82nd in spectacular fashion as the obsolete French tanks they deployed against the Americans were annihilated with bazookas and gammon grenades. But the 82nd were not the only paratroopers in the area. The 6th Paratroop Regiment, under the command of Major von der Heide, pushed out of Carentan to reinforce their ground base colleagues. As they came upon the Americans' landing zones, the Germans were astonished at the number of parachutes left behind. Yards and yards of silk littered the fields of France. The Fallschirmjäger would push onto the commune Saint-Côme-du-Mont, where Heide climbed the church steeple and saw the endless armada in the channel. Things were not much better for the Germans on the beach proper. Lieutenant Arthur Janke commanded Fort W5, a network of bunkers and pillboxes built into the dunes over the beaches, which was all but destroyed by the morning bombings. Janke recalled how the raids obliterated his position. Avalanches of sand and concrete buried his men alive, forcing them to be dug out even as the assault on the beaches began. Spotting the American landing craft, Janke ordered what men he could rally to dig in, and ordered a dispatch rider to make for the nearest artillery battery to shell the beach. Janke's rider would be intercepted by American paratroopers. There was little Janke and his men could do as the landings began in earnest, with men and floating tanks fighting their way through the surf and straight toward the ruins of W5. A blast knocked Janke to the ground, and as his eyes fought to focus and the ringing in his ears subsided, he looked up through his skewed spectacles to see an American infantryman standing over him. As combat intensified on Normandy and reports of
Ну чё, неплохой день, да? Четко все.
Ну, ноги в руки и на промыслы, братва.
Это что за хрень? Опачки.
Да, пожрать бы, конечно, не помешало.
Ну чё, шкура цела уже неплохо, а?
Я к барыгам, а потом по бабам.
Ну чё, нормально? сука ты, блядь, и упырь, блядь, гнида, блядь! Вот тупырь! Сейчас к барыгам, короче. Потом по бабам. Пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это.
Paratroopers and an allied fleet flooded high command, the general staff thought to themselves, "This is all an elaborate ruse." The general staff passed this thought around as Hitler slept in. As more and more Allied troops and heavy equipment began making their way onto the beaches, Hitler finally rolled out of bed to be met with word of the invasion of France. The Führer could not have been happier. Hitler declared again that the Atlantic Wall would throw the Allies back, and he eagerly anticipated following up the inevitable failure of the Normandy landings by raining V-1 bombs on London. The Western armies would be ground into the sands of France, and the seat of his hated British enemies would be blown to smithereens by superior German weaponry. But as the day dragged on, and the Allies began to gain ground, the frontline commanders flooded High Command with requests for support, requests to do something to prevent their positions from being overrun. The beacons of Normandy were lit, but High Command would not answer the call for aid. Hitler, the only man on Earth who could release the panzers, would continue to insist that the Allies could and should be thrown back on the shore. This thinking had managed to seep into some of the defenders on Gold Beach. Friedrich Wurster helped crew a battery of 4 captured Czech cannons at Marie Fontaine near the beach. Wurster firmly agreed with his Führer that the Atlantic Wall was impenetrable, an attitude he kept right up until the British overran his commander's spotting position near the shore. In the face of Allied superiority in men and materiel, Wurster and his fellows quietly surrendered. Further behind the lines, the Germans were hard at work trying to corral the French civilian population. Propaganda vans drove through Caen, ordering the population to remain indoors while the German authorities began to arrange for the evacuation of key parts of the city. At von Rundstedt's headquarters outside of Paris, telephones rang continuously, and teletypes spewed seemingly infinite messages. Combat at Gold Beach began in earnest when the first landing craft dropped their ramps. The moment the metal hit the surf, German machine guns and artillery opened up on the British troops, who fought hard to clear the beach and sweep the fortified coastal houses the Germans had worked into their defenses. Indeed, the Germans put up a fierce fight at Gold, with elements of the 352nd Infantry raining fire on the British from a cliff top over the beach at Amel, including devastating volleys from a Flak 88. The British were only able to unseat the Germans at Amel with tank support, including a mortar-armed member of Hobart's Funnies. Elements of the 12th SS Division spotted the invasion fleet anchored off of Juno Beach in the early morning hours. Lieutenant Peter Hansmann of the 12th recalled being awoken by his NCO in charge, shaking my shoulders. Herr Leutnant, the invasion has started. Hansmann rushed to a vantage point near Gold Beach. Looking through my binoculars, I recognized the individual outlines of ships. At irregular intervals, flashes of ship's artillery were coming from various spots. Fast boats with high, white, foamy bow waves were spitting out brown clumps of men on the beach. The lieutenant counted over 400 ships in the channel from his front row seat to the end of the Third Reich. I wanted to shout at all the generals right up to Adolf Hitler, "Over here, quickly, before it's too late. Whoever can still fight, come here. The fastest, most powerful divisions, send them here. The Luftwaffe, where is it? The Kriegsmarine, where is it? It must get here." Grenadier Hans Weiner, who defended a position on Juno dubbed WN-31, recalled watching the first Tommies jumping into the sea, which was quite shallow. The bullets hit them and their boats to good effect, and I was a little surprised to see them falling. I don't know why. Weiner's position was eventually torn apart by the tanks coming ashore with the Canadians, which managed to drive inland under the barrel of 88mm cannons poised to shred them as they emerged from the surf. 88mm gunner Heinrich Zebel complained of not being able to see many tanks due to the smoke and chaos, though his gun claimed at least 2 Allied tanks before their Blockhaus 2 was blown apart. The Germans provided a much tougher obstacle for their foes at the Tailleville Chateau, roughly 1 mile or 1.5 kilometers inland. Tailleville was supposed to be the starting point for a second line of defensive works laid out by Rommel before the Allied landings came. It was a well-built strongpoint, with a full communication and command complex and underground tunnels connecting it to Tobruk turrets armed with machine guns, cannons, and mortars. The defenders managed to hold the Allies back until nearly 6 p.m. that day, with their final message before the position was taken reading, "Hand-to-hand fighting inside the command post, hemmed into a closely confined area, but still holding out. Heil Hitler." Not long after the fall of Taivil, the Canadians began making their way toward the Luftwaffe airfield at Copycat, one of their key objectives. The commandant of the airfield ordered an evacuation, inciting panic in his ground crews. The Germans made a hurried attempt to destroy the aircraft before they evacuated, but their haste proved fatal. Attempts to raise the airfield left most of the taxiing area of the runway untouched. The takeoff runway was damaged, but not sufficiently to render it unusable, and the vast majority of the field's fuel stores were salvageable. In this one case, haste ended up lessening waste. From the invasion of Poland, all the way up until D-Day, the story of the Second World War is told from the perspective of the ascendant Nazi Germany, the Bronze Eagle casting a wide shadow over the history of the early war. But from the very moment the first Allied boot makes landfall in Normandy, the narrative changes, and the rest of the war is studied almost exclusively from the Allied perspective. We hope you have enjoyed hearing these personal recollections.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
スパイク上がったぞ。
こっちも上がりだ。メニューは
特製チンジャオロース。アシモフ・ソーレンさん、こいつが次の賞金首だ。ジェットさんやアステロイドいおいスパイク上がったぞ。
こっちも上がりだ。メニューは
特製チンジャオロース。アシモフ・ソーレンさん、こいつが次の賞金首だ。ジェットさんやアステロイド一帯を仕切る組織の幹部なんだがな。チンジャオロースっつったよな。アシモフ・ソーレンさんだよ。何聞いてんだ。肉のないチンジャオロースなんてな、チンジャオロースとは言わねえんじゃねえのかな。いや、言うね。言わねえよ。金がないときは言うんだよ。こないだの賞金100万ウロはどこ行ったんだよ。お前が壊した機体の修理と、お前が壊した店の修理と、お前が怪我させた警官の治療費でパーだ。3日前、こいつの組織と敵対する組織との抗争があったんだが、こいつは仲間を殺してとんずらしやがった。奴はティワナの女のところに逃げ込んだらしい。あんなとこ雑魚の行くとこだよ。雑魚の割に賞金は250万だ。乗らねえな。ティワナか、あそこの牛はうまいわな。
安全就快到達閘口，在前方嘅。過咗閘口之後，請在三
またのご利用をお待ちしております。ゲートを通過しましたら、料金所に一列でお並びください。クレジットセンサーを引き落としモードにして通過してください。
Imagine a shirt that actually makes you feel better. Introducing Tommy Copper's shoulder-centric support shirt, their biggest breakthrough yet. Advanced engineering promotes healthy posture and relief for achy shoulders and back. Visit TommyCopper.com to see the entire line of wearable wellness compression. They have you covered from head to toe.
Tommy supports my back and my life.
Go to TommyCopper.com right now and save 25%. Life hurts. Feel better.
They're on a mission to save every sandwich from a boring bag of chips. Sandwiches, eat your cheesy, thin, crispy Cheez-It Snap savior.
Oh, cheesy.
So cheesy, Cheez-It Snap, level up your lunch.
So I have peppers, tomatoes, parsley. What's that one? That's my credit. It gets lots of sun, water, and I even sing to it every day. But it never grows.
You need Credit Sesame. With Credit Sesame, you get your free score right away and see steps you can take to improve it. Daily score refreshes to help track your progress and relieve your fee for growing your score.
Credit Sesame? Wow.
Maybe I could start growing my savings there.
Get your free credit score today.
Well, I'm the spontaneous one.
I go to Food Line every Wednesday for the hot sales.
Hey there, Mr. Johnson.
Hey, how you doing?
I shop when inspiration hits.
Ooh, chicken pasta.
She loves the way I pick the freshest produce.
I love that I can order fresh produce from right here.
I like Food Lion. We make sure you get the same fresh food
I should know how to pick them.
at the same affordable prices. Because this is our home, and that's our Food Lion.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
とりあえずこっちは警察筋に当たってから行く。
じゃあこっちはブルのおっさんとこでも行ってみるわ。当てになんのかねあの親父。
のんきな曲だぜ。
まただちくしょこの野郎。お前らそうやって俺のことカモにしてっけどな、今こうやってここに住んでられるっつうのも俺が一生懸命ゲート掘ったおかげなんだぞ。
おめえは負けるといっつもそれだ。ゲートは俺たちみんなで掘ったんだろう。
掘ったな。死ぬ者狂いで掘ったな。
バカ野郎この野郎。
私はブラッディマリーを一
ウォッカはあるが、あいにくトマトジュースを切らしててね。奥に一缶くらいあるんじゃないか。いいビールをくれ。
私はブラッディマリーを一吹き
ウォッカはあるが、あいにくトマトジュースを切らしててね。奥に一缶くらいあるんじゃないか。見てみろ。レッドアイの最上級品だ。 売人ならわかるだろ。まさかブラッディアイ。本物かどうか見せてもらおうか。よく見ておくんだな。これもいいけど、なんか食いもんねえの。あ、そう。
北の町外れに赤い目の雇用。
Вон, сука! А, мне
前は女に出会う。お前は女に狙われる。
俺は一回死んでるんだよ。女に殺されてね。
お前は女を甘く見ておる。
お邪魔さん。
和漢短歌の恵みあれ。
We now have our first look at the live-action adaptation of the Cowboy Bebop anime series. Netflix has released several new photos from the space western and announced that the long-awaited show will debut November 19th. The series stars John Cho as Spike Spiegel, Mustafa Shakir as Jet Black, and Daniela Pineda as Faye Valentine, all bounty hunters, aka cowboys, trying to outrun the past. According to the show's description, quote, they form a scrappy, snarky crew ready to hunt down the solar system's most dangerous criminals for the right price. But they can only kick and quip their way out of so many scuffles before their past finally catch up with them.
happened?
тут друган мой бывал.
Ну чё, шкура цела уже неплохо, а? Ну, пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это. Ну чё, неплохой день, да? Четко все.
Берцы!
Да вон он! Граната тут! Короче, капец себе! Вон он, сука! Сука, ёбнули нахрена! Почти. Служивый на!
Hold your fire. Ceasefire! Hold your fire! Ceasefire! Hold your fire!
Ништяк, пацаны,
Ceasefire!
сегодня мы кайфуем.
Неплохой день, господа. Понятно.
Ceasefire!
Incredible.
Вон он, блядь! Ебашь его! Быстро!
Сука ты, блядь, и упырь, блядь, гнида, блядь! Вот упырь! Пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это.
А вот тут друган мой бывал точно.
Так-то, что тут у нас?
Ты куда пошел? Да вот он! Вон он! Вон он! Вон он, сука!
На, блядь, нажри, сука! Тупырь! Вот ты шалава! Сдохни на, тварь!
That was pretty fun. Imagine. What the fuck are you doing out there? That fucking late. You hate to see it. Why were you crouched instead of prone, though? Nigger.
Hold your fire.
Christ, dude. What, the MP5? Oh, yeah. I felt like, I just kind of felt like that impending doom when you were going down the escalator. Yeah, you got insomnia done, so you're good. Don't forget to turn in your quest. Oh, I thought that was complete.
something?
It's labs time.
They sent Matt to Detroit.
What?
The Vax sent Matt to Detroit. Send him to Detroit. No. They have a carry pretty good. Yeah, offline. Where'd you get that gun? Feeling cute. Might run some labs. Shoddy.
Oof.
Holy shit, Tony.
What?
You know how David Carradine died?
Yeah.
I just
Found out.
Just found out.
Yeah. David Carradine, the guy who played Bill in Kill Bill.
I didn't know how he died.
Yeah. It's like the movie that Robin Williams starred in, where his son committed suicide. Be the same way. Like, he didn't commit suicide, but like, you know, he ended up accidentally killing himself. Yeah. Seeing Robin Williams sad is just sad.
That's
It is, bro. You're just like, oof, bro. It's not okay. No, not in real life. In a movie. Yeah, in the movie, yeah. That was the plot. Like, he died via autoerotic asphyxiation. And the plot is about him, like, learning about, like, his lifestyle and stuff. And, like, trying to frame his death differently so that, you know, he isn't embarrassed posthumously. There's some pretty raw acting. I really dig the emotion Williams can convey. Relatively. Yeah, no, it was definitely a serious role. It was like that one movie where Will Ferrell plays the dude who has his life being narrated for him. And God, what a great movie that was.
Never seen that.
Oh man. That's good. That's good.
What was it? Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell, I don't know the other actor, but it's about his life being like narrated by someone who's writing a book, and he can hear it. It's really weird because the commercials back in the day framed it like as kind of a comedy drama, but it's really way more just like drama.
Stranger Than Fiction?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Hey, I can post that in FLAC. It's like one of the few tracks I have that's under 8 MB. Serenity.
Resident Evil's their save themes are just like
yeah.
How's it going, SSC? You making money? I just died to a 5-man on interchange.
Rip.
I have an SO25 and can't really kill 5 people in one mag like you can with an HK. So you found blue on a scav run? That... Oh, that sucks. Yeah. And I assume you needed that for your collection, right? Like, you got green now. You got red? Oh, everything except red, okay. Could you even list something for 150 mil? Oh, because I thought it capped out at 100 mil. So here in Canada, they're requiring us to have a proof of certificate that we got vaccines to go into.
See ya.
Peace.
I decided to start my Bitcoin farm. I got 25 GPUs and I don't have solar power yet, but it's crafting or whatever starting. Yeah, I just did it and said fuck it. I'll make the money back.
How many euros is it now?
75,000.
Oh. Bro, that's rough. I get it. Like, it's not hard to be, you know, not poor, but like...
So it's 10 mil, and then you gotta do 4 aces, or 3 aces.
Oh my god.
Wow.
He barely made it out of there. You're running PST? Yeah, run the leg shots. Or face taps, you know, face time.
Face taps? Because even if they're wearing alternate, you still kill them.
Thank God you don't have any players against. Or at least yet.
You been playing dead servers this year or just normal? Spain, okay.
Holy shit. Good. Indeed. Oh, it did work! Ah! Yeah. No, the nade. But I was saying nice job to the face tap though. As far as like, isn't that like the normal like rate?
Up to 3 can spawn, yes. Only parking and hangar can spawn 6, like, at a time, like. But, if you're the last player, up to 9 can spawn, technically. It won't be all the same area, but... Most I've killed inner. Most I've killed in a raid is 17.
You're going for it? For sure. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Like, if I were still on my Counter-Strike grind, I'd be disappointed if I weren't, you know, like, high rank, you know.
How high are you? I don't play Counter-Strike, but...
Oh, I don't play anymore, I just play, I'm MG1 right now.
Is that high?
No, that's like, where most people are. Like, casual players. By casual, I mean like 1,000-hour players.
Yeah, I've only been masters in 1 game, and it was a fighting game.
Same. Same.
It was For Honor.
Oh, nice. For me, it was Blade Symphony.
I guess you could count Mortal Kombat. I was pretty high up. I had like 3,000 wins, but there is no ranking system for it.
Oh, there isn't? Okay.
Well, Mortal Kombat 9.
Lame.
Yeah. It's just...
I mean, were you on any leaderboards that were third party?
No.
Oh.
Another game I was top player was Battlefield 1943. I was number... or 1942 or 1943.
Yeah, 42.
Yeah, yeah, the one for PS3.
Yeah.
I was top 5 for 6 months.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah.
I've never been top 5 ever.
I played with the #1 guy in the world,
I've done that multiple times.
and he was my tank partner.
I'm sure that was absolute just slaughter.
Yeah, my most kills was 200 in a game.
That's absolutely crazy.
But sadly, I think the servers are down for that game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they shut the servers down.
Other than that, I was only really good at video games when I was younger. Like Tarkov, I'm above average, but I'm not amazing.
I was during like a very, very dark time in my life when I was very good at Blade Symphony. Oh, good times though. Good times. I mean, you know. In retrospect. What up?
What's up?
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. 8 weeks done.
I saw you on. I was gonna ping you, but I'd let you get settled. You know, don't want to start. You know.
You were gonna ban me?
Ping you, tard.
Oh, I was like, what am I getting banned for, dude?
It's over. It's over.
Damn. Alright.
Took too long. 8 weeks, my ass.
Bro, that's fucked.
Yeah. How'd you enjoy it, man? Good time?
Oh yeah, of course. Party every night.
Hell yeah.
Big chillin'. Yeah, I gotta head out to a festival this weekend, and then I got like a little weekend tour until December.
Jesus.
The thing is, though, the group I'm going out with, the bassist is a hired gun, and he's actually the bassist for Limp Bizkit. So I'm trying to get a Limp Bizkit tour and charge them $1,000 a show at least. Go on like a little 50 show tour. Yeah, it's pretty good. Not bad.
Yep.
Okay. What are you hoarding all those hexes you ain't gonna use? Dude, I haven't played this wipe. Probably not playing until next wipe.
Yeah, so big change. I don't know if you followed, but Kappa is now level 71.
Yeah, and flea market was 20, and now it went up like by 300,000 XP or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty gay. That's why I didn't play before tour, because it wiped like 5 days before I started. I knew I wouldn't have time.
I remember that.
I'll play next wipe.
That's kind
of. I still got this weekend stuff, and honestly, I've been playing Valorant and stuff like that. But
come on, big guy. What's going on?
What do you mean? Yeah, but that's what. Hey, don't make me go qualify for the World Cup again, dude. Stop it.
Oh my god, I'm dying. Dude,
Valorant's like CS:GO, Overwatch, child.
Yeah, it's like CS:GO but with orbital cannon ultimates.
But there's also spyware when you install it.
Oh yeah, also Ring 0 access that's constantly on as soon as you start your PC.
Beautiful.
But,
the mutant looks dope though.
It is actually ridiculously good.
Oh.
What, really did it?
It got nerfed enough that people don't run it all the time, but it's still go-to to a lot of people, you know.
What's what like did they add recoil when?
It went up to 56 is the most you can get it, I think.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I still used to full auto MDRs, so 56 ain't shit.
Oh yeah, speaking of fucking qualify, you ain't qualifying for shit, Sonny. I seen you play those arena games. I seen you. I see you play, bro. You ain't qualifying.
Bro, that was like a 2-year hiatus. I played like 10 games total and I haven't touched it since. I already deleted it.
Yeah, I know, because you could not qualify.
Yeah, because it's just 12-year-olds who drink G Fuel every day and that's all they play.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, listen for that.
I accept your concession.
You know the vibes. What level are you, SCC?
Which is actually really high because of the fucking XP changes.
I saw they had Rashala on Shoreline all the time.
Yep. Yeah, 3.8's alright.
That's what mine was last week, but I just pushed everything.
Yeah, I noticed it's like, yeah. I usually get off. Right.
I saw Bago has radar, huh?
He already
got banned?
No, he fucking doesn't want to pay for it. He has a free trial.
Ah.
Of course he wants to. He ain't gonna fucking pay for it.
Pardon?
I think. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
What the fuck is that ADAR? What is that thing?
I'm laughing at that. Bro, you don't like that handguard, bro?
You have a Vulcan and a... I heard the PK has got nerfed to shit, though.
Nice.
So fucking gay.
This is my Punisher.
Let me see the recoil on that MK47 you have insured. Yeah. Is that like the meta of the meta for it?
No, you can put the Ultra Beast on it.
Yeah, you can put, yep. You can get it a little bit lower.
I tried to make you one and it didn't work. I gave up.
I know, bro.
I've been on the road, man, getting drunk every night, you know. Tony will be up in Flint in December, my man.
Yo. Flint, let's kick it, bro.
You like country rap?
I don't.
Neither do I, but I'm on the tour anyway.
Yep. I know, bro.
Hell yeah, brother, that hick hop. Woohoo!
You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to the Lax, some loud ass crackers. That's what they call themselves.
Jesus Christ.
That's what it stands for.
No, hey, I dig it, bro. You do you. You know.
Listen. I was just in Atlanta on tour, actually. Or is that where you live, SCC?
I think, isn't that where Bago lives? Yeah, Bago lives in Atlanta.
Where are you from? Where are you at, SCC? Oh, we had a show in Virginia Beach. We were at Elevation 27.
Yeah, I'll kick it, bro. You let me know.
Alright, bet. We'll get some hookers or something. A bunch of cocaine and hookers.
I don't know about that. Those days are
Well, they were too until I went back on tour.
Yeah.
The hookers didn't happen, but the cocaine happened.
Bring you a laptop that you're playing. Fuck.
I actually just bought a new laptop. It's actually kind of good specs for what it is. 3060.
Ooh. Yeah, let's do it.
Ryzen 5000 series, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte NVMe.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's actually a really spec. I agree with that.
1500. I mean, shit,
That's
works better there.
Wow. That's
Yep.
not bad.
It's the Asus. It's the Asus G14, 144 hertz monitor.
Wow.
I got it at Best Buy. It was like 15.5. I think with tax it was like 16.3 or some shit like that.
That's nuts, bro.
Yeah, it's really not bad. It's honestly it's worth buying a laptop and then a monitor and just fucking display porting into a monitor with a separate mouse and keyboard. I mean, a 3060 on eBay is like fucking $900, so. Yeah, that's what my buddy's wife does. She uses a gaming laptop and then plugs into a dock that goes into a monitor and mouse and keyboard. Runs fine. What map you been running SCC? A lot of cheaters. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only gotten killed by a cheater once this wipe. Like, and that's it. And that's an iffy. Like, I got.
Well, how was your factory expansion, Tony?
It was good, but Tequila doesn't spawn for shit.
He spawns a little more now. I got him like once every 5 raids now.
I hope, because holy shit, dude, it was like once every like 15 to 20.
Tony, be the first person to get to 71 only playing factory. There you go.
It literally is not possible. Like the math that was done, like to get to 71 just running constantly was with raiders.
Yeah, but it'd still be funny if you did it.
It can't happen. I'm not joking. It can't happen. There is not, I mean, it's just not doable. There's not enough things to kill and things to loot for total XP. And that's literally you killing everyone in the lobby before someone else can kill someone else. 8 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Easy, bro. Just, be a Twitch streamer and make nothing. Because Tarkov has 200,000 players and like 40,000 viewers total. Yeah. One of the tour managers had his laptop set up like that with monitors on the side.
That's actually smart.
My buddy bought one of the Razors for my partner for 3,000. Had a 2070 Super in it, and that was right before the 3000s came out. And then mine basically competes with his. I have a better processor, and I paid half the price. It's Razor's overpriced. Yeah, nah. I mean, his is good. He's got a 4K. His is touchscreen too. 4K touchscreen, 144 hertz.
4K touchscreen, okay, 4K 144. That's That's a bit ridiculous.
He doesn't game though. It's literally just for editing.
I mean, I get it, but what are you running at 144 hertz in 4K?
He has nothing. He has no need for the 144 hertz. But
I know. I just don't understand why you'd include that panel. Because you could save money by getting like a regular 60 hertz panel. Like, it just seems weird. Like the manufacturer would do that. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to say like, oh, he's a retard. Like, I don't even get what.
it has good specs for that.
Okay.
But
Oh well, yeah. I guess I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, direct video playback instead of rendering.
we shoot 6K raw video, so it takes a lot to process that.
Yeah, well, I got a red camera, so.
Do you?
No.
I wish they just announced it.
Yeah. Say so at the end.
Yeah. Just jealous for a second. I was about to buy red.
You should.
I was gonna get the Komodo, but I'm not.
You should. You should, honest to God, just fucking drop your shit right now and grab the fucking Komodo instead.
Did the like back order for a year and a half.
Yeah, okay, you can grab one off the secondhand market.
Yeah, for 15. They retail for 6.5. I'm good. I'll get the Black Magic instead.
You honest to God think you can only find it for 15.
No, you can probably find it lower, but Black Magic will do the same thing. If I'm gonna get a red, I'm not getting the Komodo.
No?
Huh? I don't know. They're good quality. They're
red is American.
Their headquarters in New York City, I believe. I mean, it's hard to replicate cameras like that and make them cheaper. There's a lot of shit that goes into it.
Orders placed today are expected to ship in 8 to 10 weeks.
Yeah, they're back ordered like fucking crazy.
That's not as long as you had initially said, sir.
When I checked a couple months ago, they were at like 6 to 8 months.
Okay, well, now they're at 8 to 10 weeks, so now you don't have an excuse, sonny.
Yeah, but 6,500 when that's not even operable. It's not even operable at 6,500.
$59.95 first of all.
Taxes.
Okay.
And that's not even an operable price. You have to get more to make it operate. You have to buy a CFast card capable of writing the speeds of the camera. So you're looking at like 300 to 400 for a good CF card, and that's going to run through like crazy. And then you need at least 2 batteries, and the batteries are like 150 a pop for the Canon ones. And then you're going to have to get some grips on there. You're going to want an external monitor. Yeah, it's a wild ride. So I'll build a Black Magic for like 3,500. Good with that. What is the Thor CV? Is it a P.A.C.A?
It's yeah. The new meme class 4.
MK5 has always been a good gun.
Bro, they have a production pack for the Komodo.
What comes with it, though?
Let's see. Looks like the chip, adapter, grip. see. Expander module. Handle. Wing grip. RF to EF adapter with ND filter.
Yep.
Media and media reader. And P-tap to power cable.
How much is that?
82.
Yeah, that's good. I'd rather get a Gemini that's a Super 35 sensor. Because
512 Red Pro C-Fast, bro. With a 2.0 card reader.
Yeah, you know how much they charge for that CFast card by itself? It's like $1,500. You can go buy one from SanDisk for like $4. Just because it's got Red's name on it.
Saying it's time to step up the game, buddy. Time to get to the pro level.
Listen, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna build it out. They just dropped the DSMC3. It shoots 2K 600 frames per second.
Oh shit.
It's an 8K full format and Super 35. You can swap between the two sensor.
I just saw they came out with the V Raptor. That's what I was interested in.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That shoots 2K 600 frames per second.
Oh no shit. I was literally just about to look at it.
Yeah. It's at a decent price too. 25 grand's not bad. Because their last 8K Monstro was 60.
I was about to say, wasn't it 50? Shit.
Like,
I
it
remember
was
Deadmau5
like
saying
56.
50.
Yeah. 60 would get you up and running. That's what I always just look at.
Yeah. That's what...
Because for those cameras, now see the Raptor is doing the CFast cards as well, which is good because the Red Mags for a 1 terabyte was $2,800 for 1 terabyte of storage to shoot on, and that's all you could shoot on was their Red Mags.
Yep.
And then you needed the red batteries, which were another $1,500 a pop.
And bounce light here. We used every
proprietary, baby.
And then you needed a monitor, so you needed a red monitor, which was another $3,000, or else the camera wouldn't operate because you have no way to see what's going on. Crazy.
Can you outboard that?
What's that?
Can you outboard that?
Yeah, but to control the camera, you need the red monitor on there. Yep. Whereas like the Komodo has a little mini 2-inch screen, you can put any monitor you want on there. And they had special Atmos made one for like $1,200 for the package, and it was a 7-inch monitor, I believe, and it controlled everything.
Nice.
Labs.
Yeah, been getting empty lobbies on the Spain servers, so he's been running the labs.
You're on Spain servers?
Yep.
Are you getting such low ping at Spain?
I remember I ran into you, Claff, and we thought it was a dead lobby.
Oh, this Gaul shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought it was a dead lobby, and then I just got shot by you.
Yeah, I heard 2 of you guys running, and it sounded like you were both upstairs and you were downstairs, killed my buddy, and then...
Yeah.
Oh, but bro. Red's proprietary red code raw codec, bro.
It's good codec.
Bit raw.
Yeah. IPP2.
Workflow and color management.
They do have great color science. They're very similar to Canon.
Uh-oh.
You got it, dude. You'll survive.
No, they added penetration through walls, like, really hard now, so now you can just shoot through walls.
Oh, that's beautiful. This game's awesome. Well, you don't have room in your backpack because you brought 3 splints, 2 drinks, food item.
You just need to eat. Just eat it.
What's your metabolism, SSC? Max?
And you're still losing 2.3? You have all the key cards?
Damn, there,
Juicers.
Vic. Yes, sir.
Give me a sec. I'm pretty sure I'm on a dead set right now. I'm on interchange waiting for players 5 minutes. Oh, I'm on Denver. Yeah, you could try. You could try, if you can connect to it, Poland.
Does Rain still play? The fucking idiot from Labs that ran snipers because he.
Wait,
Oh
isn't that the
no!
guy team killed because he stole someone's bag?
Yeah.
Yes.
What a dumbass.
Dude, that kid was so fucked. That kid was so fucked. That was one of the funniest nights, though. Those fucking idiots. Tony's at what? Tony, was it you asking for help? And he's sitting over there looting raiders.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And then he's got his crosshair on a guy's head for 5 seconds, shoots, and the guy drops. Just prones. Dude.
Wait.
Yeah, he hit the bag and then he hit the bag and then said, "I'm not giving it to you. It's mine now." So I shot him in the head. That mean never found the bag, but
Bro, I loved his excuse. He was like, "Oh, I just like to put stuff in my bag to hold for everyone for the end."
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Legitimate homo too, by the way. Had an OnlyFans by his own claims.
If he touched my shit, I would have just dropped him.
Wait, Rain had an OnlyFans?
By his own claim, says.
What did he do on there? Suck dick?
I don't want to fucking know, bro. But I'm glad you're theorizing.
What a fucking weirdo! Holy shit! Listen, he probably just subscribed to like 80 different people.
I don't want. Like I said, that's. You could tell what kind of person he was from the way he acted, from a small bant session.
He seemed like a prude.
I'm just gonna back out.
Go play your own fucking game. No one's playing. We're all dead.
I really just do this to piss you guys off.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Classic.
The other shoreline?
Invited him.
He was from Flarg server.
Oh. About what? Oh, I mean, you could try. You could do.
Jesus Christ.
You could do Romania, maybe.
I can just imagine SCC's place, like, looking like the fucking presidential, like, bunker, where it has all the times of all the servers instead of, like, different parts of the world. Oh yeah, they're fucking cheap as fuck. If they don't care about your energy, like, use, you could totally do it. And you could be like, oh, I just wanted to, you know, have different parts of the world like the president, haha. Secretly you're sweating bullets because you're like, oh shit, dude. 5 minutes and the Spaniards wake up.
You guys want to hear some shit from Tor?
Fuck yeah.
So, on our tour bus, we made a star chart. right? For
Pretty
good
gay, but
behavior.
continue.
Listen, it's a child's game with adult consequences. So you got stars for doing good things, doing good work, stuff like that, whatever, right? Some cookie cutter shit. I got 1 star one day for eating a whole roasted jalapeno in one bite. I mean, easy shit, dude. Like, whatever. Anyway, I won. And I'm just a fucking camera guy. I'm not even in the band. The loser was the merch guy. So the consequence is that the loser has to get a tattoo of a star on their body, and inside of that star is the winner's face.
No fucking way.
Yep, band pays for it. But since it was his first ever tour, I'm not going to make him do my face just broadly open in a star. When we were at DC, he's the merch guy. He has to be there at doors to sell merch. We're the headliner. Like, people are going to come and want to buy shit. So if you're not there for doors, that's kind of
Damn, you're that
up.
ugly?
No, my face is still going on him. No, my face is still going on him, but in a different, more discreet way. So what I'm going to have him do, since he missed doors, he texted the group chat, was like, hey guys, not going to be able to let the second group of VIPs in. I'm still out exploring DC with the driver. And we're like, doors are open. What the fuck do you mean you're not here? And he started freaking out. And then he sent a picture in the group chat with a big shit-eating smile on his face, throwing up like the Shaka sign outside of the Lincoln Memorial, right? So what I'm going to do is put the Lincoln Memorial on him, and instead of it being Lincoln's face, it's going to be my face. And on the plaque, it's going to say doors at 6, because he was 45 minutes late for doors. That way, it kind of gives him a little memory of DC, but also my fucking face is on Lincoln Memorial. In Lincoln's hand's going to be a camera. It's going to be great. And then the big plaque, doors at 6.
That's funny.
If it was someone in the band who I've been doing this, I already had how I was going to pose for my photo. I was going to take a picture of myself at the studio. Nice, big quality, so you get all the details. I was going to wear one of those hats that has the fan on it. You know what I'm talking about? Little retard hats.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to hold up a lollipop, and I was going to put drool out of my mouth cross-eyed in front of the camera, and that's what they were going to get put on them. But since it was this first guy's tour, I'm not going to do him that dirty. But still, it's going to be great. Can't wait to see it. No one else is really going to notice, but when people are like, oh, why do you have the Lincoln Memorial? I'm going to say, oh, no, that's actually my fucking face. I'm going to stand right next to it.
I'm going to ensure everyone knows.
Yeah. I might do text above it, too, that says the Justin Memorial. $420K for armor? Oh. SEC, you should go run juiced into Shoreline. Like a moderate juice. You know what I mean? Like just like a little classic MP7 or something. You can wear the rat rig. Oh, we also got raided in Texas.
Oh. Oh?
Yeah. Well, we all got COVID after the Florida shows. Texas was the next week. It was the second week of tour. So we had to cancel all the Texas shows. So we're just chilling in the bus, parking at places. So we decided, you know what? Let's go enjoy the scenery. We'll go park at a park somewhere. Forgot to read the sign that said must leave by 10. So at 1 a.m., we're smoking. Everyone's smoking. And we get a knock on the bus. And we're like, huh, who the fuck is this? And it's like 3 sheriff's officers standing there. And they're like, hey, you guys can't be here. And also, it really smells like weed. And it's not legal in Texas, so we're like, yup. So they pull us all out of the bus, put our hands against their frisk us, and then put us in cuffs and sit us down in the dirt. go and search the bus. They walked out with like 2.5 ounces, like 4 bongs, couple bowls, like 6 grinders, 30 packs of papers and shit
A
like
lot.
that. Yeah, pretty much everything we had. We don't know where to buy it in Texas. Plus, we all have COVID. So, but as we're out there getting frisked, I'm next to the drummer, and the cop's patting him down, and he keeps patting him in one spot, and he's like, "What's this here in your pocket?" And the drummer's just shaking his head, so he's like grabbing it, right? And he's like, "Oh, that's your penis, isn't it?" And they had the body cams on. I was trying to get the body cam footage for the tour video, but
You totally
no
can.
luck yet. Yeah, we put in for it. We just haven't received it yet. So when we do, we'll just release it. Yeah, so that was fun. And we told the guy, we tried to get out of there, like, oh, we all have COVID. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Yeah, big old fun time. I'm surprised you don't have 20 thick cases by now, SCC. You haven't been doing it much this way. It's crazy. A hollow. Weren't they supposed to add the scar?
That's not gonna happen until like 2 patches from now or streets.
Sick.
I mean, we all kind of knew it was gonna happen.
Is Rashala still there? Never worth it. Classics, fuck it. TV 110s for life. Yeah.
Also, a lot is.
I'd have to look. What's the dev balaclava made out of? Isn't it like ultra high weight polyethylene, whatever? Whatever that is has the best. Is the best. What is it? Material in the game.
Log one.
Scotty.
What's going on?
How's shit, bro? Chilling, shooting the shit with the boys.
Oh, it was Scotty's bag that was taken from Rain.
What?
Oh, we were talking about Rain.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. Or who, for that matter. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, now I remember. It's not my bag, though.
It was someone's bag. I just can't think of who.
I thought it was Chad or
It's probably Chad or Stinky.
No, it wasn't Chad. No, Chad was with some labs, but this was the Woods raid or something like that they did, and it was.
No, it was
I thought
Reserve.
it wasn't it Monkey. Stinky?
I think it was Stinky. I thought it was Stinky's bag. Stinky
That's what I
has been
thought so
chirping
too.
Was chirping on him, but not that it really matters anyways. All I know is that Rain's a retard. That's all I think I need to know.
He said Tony subscribed to his OnlyFans.
Damn.
Get the fuck out of here.
What are you getting from him, Tony? Is he sending you socks too, or?
Nah, bro. He came from Flarg server, bro. I don't know about those guys.
That's the first server SEC invited me to. I don't know why. That one.
Were you playing with Arseny earlier, SEC? Arseny, the Russian. Were you? He was in your channel. He was in the channel with you. Or were you just playing solo and he was chilling?
He probably was the guy he met on labs.
Also gonna say, you've been getting lucky today, SEC. Holy shit. Oh, just a cheeky double LEDX raid on interchange. And then you find a blue on an ambulance during a fucking scav raid, which never seen that one. Oh, I saw the picture that you died to another scav, but nice.
I feel you getting a red here. I'm gonna give you my good luck. Target spawn.
What have you been up to lately, Tony?
No shit, bro. Playing games.
Anything interesting?
Nah.
Nothing games wise?
Nah.
Bit of Tarkov, bit of same shit, different day. Fair enough.
I'm playing Just Cause 2 right now. That's about it.
Ooh, multiplayer mod.
Just regular single player.
If that's even alive still.
I don't even know.
What's up?
Oh, schizoid scav. Yeah, 110 has been kind of fucked for me, to be honest. I haven't found a Letty in a while from that. You running Ultra or? Oh, that's a player.
You got like 20 left in your mag, by the way.
Like it?
Just miss seeing my home.
Make sure it didn't happen.
God.
Oh, you're even more broke than me, SEC. What's going on? Yeah, that's what I do as well, but what do you mean? Don't you hate the Antichrist? Oh.
Gross.
Yep, snack time. Baby.
Time for welcome back. What kind of snack did you grab? Tony? I heard him groan. Where the fuck did you go? Yes, he's a dead man.
Strawberry shortcake popsicles. Still.
There we go.
Flat.
Strawberry shortcake popsicles. You fucking Americans.
Mm-mm-mm.
I had a maple bacon double quarter pounder. It was really good.
God, I wish we had it over here. What the fuck?
It's Canadian, so
We
they
like
had
bacon
to-
too. Fuck you.
What kind
Yeah,
of sauce
but
they put on that?
maple-
It's maple bacon, dude.
Yeah, so it was maple sauce.
I don't
It
think
was-
It's
I
the
don't think-
sweet, thick bacon. It's good
Maybe
shit.
maybe I misspoke. We like bacon.
Yeah, I know, but maple bacon.
That's Canadian bacon, man. It's better.
Yeah.
You can't even call that normal bacon. It's just better.
We're not discriminatory.
I'm sure you guys eat female bacon too in America.
We eat all types of fucking bacon over here. Turkey bacon, regular bacon.
Is that a fucking leaf telling Americans how to eat bacon? Oh no no.
Canadians are just as fat.
I really?
No.
Yeah, we have like a 32%.
Oh, then Americans
obesity
are still
rate?
worse. Aren't Americans? Well, again, and also, what is the metrics? Because I reckon America is still worse than that, though.
It is, and Mexico is worse than us.
Yeah,
still,
and
by,
plus
like, a little bit.
America classifies obesity probably at a different rate than Canada does. So.
I don't know too much about it. You're gonna get a red key card, ready? Yeah.
What do you guys
There's
think
a wallet
about
there.
Push.
Yeah, from the wallets.
Yeah.
You can also get a violet and a red sometimes.
Yeah, the odds on that there. Fuck right up.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
A lot of people actually tend to get it from March Room, just the red and violet. I got black this wipe.
I've gotten a blue last swipe, and a green early on this swipe, but that's when I deleted everything. So. Rinse, repeat. No, I was gonna ask. Shoreline, what?
I've always had good luck on Shoreline. In the 2 wipes I did, I found 5 reds, 3 blues.
Lucky bastards. I've never found a single keycard on Snorline. It's always
We found 3 reds within 2 days one time.
It's
I'm sorry, no, it was
reserved
actually 7 reds. My bad.
Jeez.
And then in a week of labs, we found 4 greens.
Yep.
That's pretty
Got
crazy.
one off of Kaiki for giving him 5 access cards during that Twitch Rivals thing. And then went in there and we found 3 more.
Lucky bastards.
That's pretty easy.
What do you guys think about California paying people to not take drugs anymore?
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
California's fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean it's just classic.
Really?
It's American.
Just move to California and say, I'm a drug addict, pay me.
I personally kind of like the idea.
I mean, from an American, not Californian point of view,
Everyone for themselves kind of thing, you know?
no, it's easily abusable, and
That I agree with.
That site actually looks pretty nice this way, SCC. That site actually looks pretty nice. Yeah. It's not a giant blurry dot in the middle.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just another one of those things that they didn't think out clearly.
I agree, it is ripe for abuse, but conceptually it is quite well done. I mean, we had the same thing here in the Netherlands. I'm sure. I haven't mentioned that, probably not. Probably not here. But no, we've had the heroin bust back in the 70s when we had a heroin epidemic.
Oh wow!
And they would give you. They wrote some Dutch band wrote songs about it, But the heroin bust is like you got these people in these really poor areas. They'd all line up, and they'd literally wait for your governmentally funded heroin. And it took 5 years, and now we have nearly no heroin left in the country. So, mind you, we are a lot smaller country than California. Well, California state, but kind of its own country at this point. When it comes to everything. But no, like in the Netherlands, still, like, it did not take long, and it worked wonders. Of course, you're building people down when it comes to their drug addiction. I don't think injecting liquid cash is the solution, but it is a step in the right direction. But no, yeah, but you gotta get your hands on the heroin yourself, Which that is a bit of a bitch in some situations. Especially if you're a broke, teethless, fucking retarded drug addict that will literally shoot or kill a person just to get another shot, so...
Guns are illegal in the Netherlands, sorry.
Sorry, what? What in the Netherlands?
Guns are illegal in the Netherlands, sorry.
Sort of, yeah. You can recreationally own and shoot firearms. The issue is you just have to go through rigorous testing. Plus, you can never keep ammo and weapons combined inside of your own home, and you're subject to random checks by the police. So,
yeah, no thanks.
Fuck that. Yeah, exactly. Fuck that.
Yeah, not here.
The second in that.
I got a gun always in the car. I got one on the nightstand, an AR in the closet.
Nice.
A shotgun.
Nice.
And then
Wait, what shotty?
Mossberg.
Very nice.
Pistol grip.
I was thinking about grabbing one.
No stock. Just fucking aim it.
How do you like it?
Put it down at the fucking hip. It's good. I mean, I never really shot it like that. Like, I shot full stock ones and did like skeet and 5-stand and shit like that. But for own defense, I mean, shit, I ain't got a fucking giant ass 30-inch 12 gauge sitting in my hand.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I was thinking about.
And I'm also not stupid enough to fucking hold it up to my eye to look through it and knock myself out. So.
What reason do you guys find the second to be so good? Because I'm also quite. I mean, I'm an American citizen as well, but I like.
Criminals will always have guns, and I'm not about to get outnumbered by some fucking jackass.
Is that your reason? Self-defense.
Equalizer. It's the great equalizer.
When I delivered pizzas at 17, I got held up at gunpoint, and because I wasn't 18, I couldn't have a gun. The day I turned 18, I kept a shotgun in my back seat, and when something like that happened again, they said people came out from the sketchy apartment from under the stairs, started following me, so I pulled out the shotgun, and they went away. So, it is what it is.
It's like in Canada, we use knives mostly.
State of fear.
Like it's just, you can't trust niggers.
I'm 26. I've personally owned a pistol since I was 19. I kept it in my apartment because you were allowed to in Florida, at least. And then I had the shotgun. I built an AR as well.
Reality is, mass amount of guns isn't going to cause mass shootings. It's just crazy people.
And
no.
Since 21, I've carried a pistol, and I've only had to brandish it 3 times. And I shoot music videos in the hood every day, and I've only had to pull a pistol out 3 times.
Again, the state of fear as well. Luckily, you would never have to deal with anything of the like in the Netherlands. The only argument I'd have is to rise up against tyrants. That's the reason why you should have a weapon. However, you Americans are too big of pussies to actually take the guns out when you do have to fight against tyrants, which is a feels bad.
No, it's because there's like 300 million people in the United States, and there's like 2 million in some of the countries.
Guns get brought in from overseas all the times and shit like that. Like, this is the thing about
if they come for your
gun
guns,
reform.
would you fight? Would you
I'm
fight?
not giving my guns away.
Well, if the ATF comes for him one day, because some dipshit president pushes legislation that you're gonna have to hand them in, you will fight.
Yes.
You say this.
You can give. You can leave.
Most Americans say this, but they will not.
Yeah, but you say that until you actually look at the uprising that happened in, like, Texas and stuff.
I live in Florida. I can tell you there's too many goddamn rednecks that they would come down in here.
It's just it'd be political suicide.
Are you talking about
to
Waco,
institute
Tony?
an AR ban.
We'll see.
I don't think guns will be taken away from the United States anytime soon.
So not anytime soon.
If you want to talk about gun control, go take a look at Chicago. Chicago, the state of Illinois has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. Yet the most gun homicides happen there because of the hood, because there's always going to be a way to get those weapons.
It's always gonna be a black market.
That's well, yes, and that's not entirely true. See, now if your community or your county, in this case, I reckon, because Chicago is county-based that law, right?
No, it's the state of Illinois.
It's the entire state? Well, still, you can bring it over the state lines. So it'd be relatively trivial to find a firearm in a bordering state and then to pull it back into that state.
Well, all day.
Like,
And you gotta remember that our population is huge. Like, the United States is huge.
Europe also has quite a significant population.
I'm just saying, compared to the Netherlands specifically.
Yeah, okay, but I'm comparing it. Say you're buying a gun in fucking Bulgaria and you're shipping it over here to the Netherlands.
Okay, so the problem is
you can potentially do that.
You can't compare Europe to United States. It's
Oh,
I very well can. I just did.
No. I'm saying, like, Europe is multiple countries. America is one country that has 300 million people. If not more.
The always, regardless, the always black market argument is kind of fundamentally flawed. Because yes, of course, there will always be a fucking black market. It is just the sheer scope of which is subject to change depending on legislation in bordering counties and countries, or states in this case. So again, it's the same with the home defense kind of thing, because home defense is more often than not a result of fear. I mean, don't get me wrong, again, law here in the Netherlands is also completely scuffed. I cannot sucker punch a fucking guy that's robbing my house, even though I catch him red-handed in my fucking living room. I could not kick his ass. What you do is you kick his ass and then you tell the police he fell down the stairs, and of course it's your word versus his and you always win in the court of law, but legally you're not allowed to do it. So
yeah, and what if he kills you? There you go.
again,
Like,
that doesn't happen.
What do you mean it doesn't happen?
Home break-ins and murders, we've had, I think, 1 in the last year.
Oh,
out of 19 million.
Got it. Question. A, what is your black population? B,
pretty significant. Especially in the cities. Mind you that, of course, there is still gun violence with liquidations when it comes to drug criminality, but that's just mob. So
there's mob in the Netherlands?
Of course, there's mob everywhere, dude.
Yeah.
You go. Heck yes, dude. I mean, it depends. It's not the Italian mob. You have Russian, Moroccan, and Turkish here.
Ah, there we go.
You
And
also have just think of Ireland. You have the Irish mafia.
Well, they have ties to the IRA, of course, which that's how loads of them get their money and their fucking guns.
Yeah,
it
that's
does.
literally
It
not
does.
a thing anymore.
IRA still exists.
It's nowhere near the shadow of. It's a shadow of its former self. It is not the IRA of when we were little.
There's a big difference. There's also a different fucking argument now to get into, but no, there's a big difference. The IRA now, again, IRA was idolized back in the 70s. Like, fucking every Irish kid, every Irish teenager wanted to be part of the IRA. They all wanted to fight for Ireland's freedom. No one does that anymore ever since the UK killed a bunch of these motherfuckers. Now, it doesn't mean that the money it didn't just disappear overnight.
Oh, no,
They had a lot of money and a lot of criminal ties. That money still stayed where it was.
Yeah, it says the new IRA, which was formed as a merger between the real IRA and other Republican groups in 2012.
So
it's got
still the IRA.
legitimacy. Yeah, it's got legitimacy as a political group.
I mean, it says as well in 2005 they ended their armed campaign and decommissioned its weapons, but to my knowledge, that still isn't true.
Yeah, in 2011, former members of the Provisional IRA announced the resumption of hostilities under that name, Irish Republican Army. That was according to the Belfast Telegraph.
There was something about, as of 2019, no. Someone did sell guns under the IRA, I think a few years ago, and they got caught for it. Which were former IRA weapons. Of course, they would not symbolize themselves under the IRA, but basically is the IRA.
End of the day, though, it's our Constitution, right to bear arms, and I'm gonna take advantage of that right.
But if you read the second, it's predominantly to protect yourself against tyrants.
Yes, so like if you look against things like Afghanistan, right? We just got our asses whooped.
Yeah.
Those were fucking goat
Joe
fuckers with
Biden told us to
AK-47s.
fuck out.
Listen to me. The point is that regardless of if they got their asses whooped all the way back to Pakistan and back, they, after 20 years, got us the fuck out with nothing more than AK-47s, some wire, and some explosives.
I mean, when's the last time America won a war? It's been 70 years.
World War II?
Exactly.
You could say the Korean War because we got our objective complete and did exactly what we wanted to.
Building the DMZ, yeah, but it still there was still underlying plans to take over North Korea, but that never happened either.
That was never gonna pan out. Come on, that was always ambitious.
No, it's whenever the United States gets their hands on guerrilla warfare, they fucking
See that
lose.
guy out there, FCC? There's a guy. Look out that window. See that mound? He's on the other side of the mound. Ian, stay moving around.
That's actually a nice spot.
Oh, I didn't even realize you could see there. Holy shit balls.
Oh.
Oh, well, now you spooked him.
He might have went against the building and ran around. So.
You know, he's like, oh my god, is there raiders here?
Anyways, I was gonna end with, don't you think that the fact that everyone has the potential to have a firearm? Jeez, I can hear myself.
It's clapped, I think.
Turn me
yeah.
the fuck down, clapped. Great.
Oh, sorry, hold up.
But no, don't you think the fact that everyone does have a weapon results in a higher state of tension, which more often results to people drawing their weapons before any escalation was necessary? The fact that you see 3 black guys walking behind you in the street, and the thought going through your head is going, I'm gonna get mugged, rather than just, oh, there's 3 people walking behind me.
Well,
I've never felt like that. I had people literally put me at gunpoint, and I had people literally come at me with knives, and that's when I pulled out the shotgun, trying to rob me.
I'm not taking away that experience from you. I'm just saying in general, don't you think that it's more likely that people will jump to these kinds of conclusions?
Scotty, have you ever been in a place where you're actually been like profiled against? Honestly, as a white person.
In what sense profiled?
Like, you are actively insult. Oh, SEC in the room.
SEC, he's right there. Thank you.
Okay.
This motherfucker.
I think I just saw the guy behind the mound again. I thought I saw him in the bush. I thought I saw I honestly thought I saw Pixels move, but I might be tripping.
I think you're tripping, bro.
Yeah, it might be.
In what sense profiled, Tony?
So, have you ever been, like, insulted? Like, okay, you're walking down the street, for example. You see 3 just black dudes sitting on the stoop.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to keep walking down the sidewalk, knowing that you're, you know, in a place?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, see, here's the thing.
Dude,
historically, you will get beat up. You will get insulted or questioned or interrogated.
Knocked out, probably.
See, no, I know you don't say. I know you say no, but I'm saying yes because this is actually happening.
It can. No, I agree. It can happen. That risk exists.
No, it does happen.
No,
I want to tell you this here. Me and Tony are from the same place. When I grew up in Detroit, the statistics for you to be the victim of a violent crime were 1 in 3, whether that be rape, murder, beat, shot, or stabbed.
Again, I've been in some bad places in this country. I've been in some bad places in this world, and in some circumstances, yes, then I would be profiled against in some regard. I was more thinking from like also a like legal poet, but no, in that case, yes, I have been definitely profiled against. However, would I avoid these circumstances? Fuck no, dude. I'd walk right through it.
But why?
Yeah, then you probably get stabbed.
Why?
Because you would die. That's the thing.
Because it's in my opinion that fear that results in you getting mugged in the first place. It's the same with dogs being able to smell that fear.
It's not fear, it's common sense. So if you go near certain people, they might harm you.
SEC. Oh, I know you saw him right there.
I have yet to be mugged in my life. I've been pickpocketed once, but that was because I was not paying
Then
attention.
you've been mugged. That's technically being mugged.
No, pickpocketing is completely different.
I don't know. Like you're still
technically, yeah, you're being pickpocketed. Yeah.
Pickpocketing is very different than being mugged. But
yeah,
again, I've stopped fights before between people that you shouldn't stop fights in because yes, they could have a knife, yes, they could have a gun, and if I jump in between, the odds of me getting a knife in my fucking ribs is relatively high. But guess what? My knees would still walk anyways. My fucking legs would still be moving anyways because I would visually see something that I don't think is fair. So I would jump into that fight, regardless.
Okay.
But see, you think I'm doing it out of fear. I just do it for my own safety in case it comes down to that. Like I said, I have carried a gun on my hip since I was 21. So for the past 5 years, I have carried a gun on my hip, and I have only had to pull it out 3 times because of an escalated situation. And I have been in a lot of shitty situations. I don't walk around looking like fear, like, oh, this guy's gonna stab me. But I got my shit on me in case something does happen.
It's like how I carry
an extra layer. It's an extra layer of security.
I mean, if I was a thug and I was walking down the street with my homeboys, you know, and here comes this fucking scrawny white kid coming up to me, and he walks a circle around our group, I'm gonna make fun of that dude. I'm gonna notice that from a mile away.
That's like an idealistic, like, this is like the perfect scenario in your head. In reality, you're getting your shit questioned. Where the fuck you from, bro?
Again,
Where the fuck are you from?
I personally have never.
Wrong answer. You're beat up.
I've never experienced that in my life, and again, I've been in
that's
very
what I'm saying.
very
to
bad places.
understand the mindset
I've been
that
in
we're
very
trying
bad
to
places.
convey, you have to have that mindset that we have when going in these places.
Again,
here's the thing: I would never go walk around the streets of urban Mexico without a gun.
I've walked in some areas in the Netherlands which are known to be absolutely god awful, and you shouldn't really walk around there, but you just do. And if you walk around like you own the place, no one's gonna question you shit.
Yeah. Also remember that, like.
Also, here's the thing:
Again,
I also walk
I have
around
yet
with
to
$15,000 to
experience.
$20,000 worth of camera gear when I'm on these shoots in these places.
That's
So yeah,
okay.
I'm going to carry shit
that's
on
a
me.
little different. That's okay, but then you're also defending your property in that regard. But again, it's a different story here. I'm just my argument was the constant state of fear results in a higher chance of shit escalating, which I definitely think it does.
See, but I don't think there's that many people that do it out of fear like that as well. Guns are just straight up fun to shoot.
Oh no, that too. No. I'm
So
not
now,
defending
if
it
on
either
top
way.
of that I'm able to own my firearm, shoot it freely at a range or anything like that, or if I have a big enough property outside of the county lines, cool. But then I'm also able to carry that for self-protection if needed.
I am not denying the
It's not
entertainment
fear.
part. I am also not denying the fact. Yeah, sorry. What is it? No, of course not. Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Hold up, boys. But you're right now trying to put words into my mouth. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's resulting in more cases of violence. It doesn't mean that all gun owners are afraid. It
No one's
doesn't mean
gonna
that
disagree with
all
that.
gun
No
owners
one's
is
gonna
gonna
disagree with that.
pull their gun. Yeah, you would agree with that, right?
No one's gonna disagree saying that guns cause more people to get shot.
Well, no, it's not that inherently. Well, I mean, no shit, it does. But no, it's more the fear that I'm arguing here. It's not the fucking guns. Because yes, no shit. If everyone would be running around with a knife rather than a gun, knife crime's gonna be more prevalent than gun crime.
Yeah,
that's not the
e.g.
point.
UK.
That's not the point. Well, the UK is also a little different. UK is riddled with retardation and very poor standards of education.
What do you think America is?
And immigrants.
Similar deal. No. I mean, again, when it comes on a demographic basis, Western Europe is arguably worse than the UK. Although criminals, statistic-wise, we're way better off. And so then you can question, why the fuck is the Netherlands, France, Germany, Denmark, etc. still doing better in this regard than the UK does, even though we have more immigrants and we have more blacks proportionally? Again, it's not an entire racial thing. That's arguably standard of living and arguably education as well.
No,
because
it's not
the
the standard of living, because if someone wants to commit a crime, they will commit it.
And that's also not true. People are also born into lives of crime, regardless of whether you...
No. If that was the case, you wouldn't have rappers doing stupid shit that are fucking,
I said people
publicized.
can. Pay attention to the words
I'm
that I'm
pretty
using.
sure you said don't,
It's
but
not
I
all.
misunderstood. I
It's
apologize.
not all.
Well, here's the thing.
Of course, there's retarded idiots that will commit crimes just because they can, and even people that are way too rich that shouldn't even commit crimes because they have no reason to do so, and they still will just because they can feel good about themselves. Yes, no shit, these people exist too. But proportionately, again, looking at areas, poor areas, rich areas, levels of education, etc., you'll see that more often than not, crime is far more prevalent in the areas with lower education and lower forms of income.
Yeah.
So, and if you look at the UK and how this is orchestrated, the UK, funny enough that they colonized India, but they basically are still kind of running in a caste system. If you're born in the UK in a very poor area in fucking buttfuck nowhere, Sunderland or whatever, the odds of you getting out, slim to none. Same for Detroit, Chicago. If you're born in the middle of the ghetto, you think these guys have the aspirations and capacity to get out if they go to a public school filled with 80 other fucking black kids around them constantly screaming whilst the teacher's trying to educate them and they don't learn a single fucking word of proper English? And wouldn't you argue that these people would be more commonly pushed in a life of crime? So again, is it really the race thing? I don't think so. It's more to do with how you set your shit up.
No, hold on. You also have to remember about the influences of the parents.
Of course, nature nurture. Again, I'm not
disproportionately more abandonment in that demographic.
Of course, the single mother meme is very common in the black community, but again, all of this adds together. Yeah, it's never black and white. It's always gray. Everything combines together in order to produce.
But no,
the
that
numbers
is
as a whole.
exclusively a black thing, and that's why I just pointed that out. It's not just black. It's not a gray. It's literally a black thing.
Again, I'd actually be interested in properly looking up those numbers because I don't know them.
Majority of gun deaths in the United States are due to black and brown communities.
1352. I know the numbers, dude. Those numbers I do know. But again, you can ask yourself, why does 13% of the population commit 50% of the homicide? Is it just because they're black? Because that's a very easy answer, but it's not. So again, I like having these conversations with Americans because as a European,
it's the culture, but you also got to think how many rednecks are in this country and how many of them own multiple firearms, and there's never an issue. There's more firearms owned in America than there are Americans in the country.
Again, there's this, as I said earlier as well, there's a big difference between being born into a life of crime and being born as a redneck.
I don't know, man. You're just making too much arguments that sound anti-gun.
Hey, I'm not. Wait, hold on. How is this an anti-gun argument? This was more an anti-racism argument, in my opinion. It has nothing to do with guns in this situation. Because as we just talked about, this can happen with knives too.
But here's the thing, they don't care.
I know that. I know that.
They work to fix
This started out as guns.
No, I agree. I agree with you there. They don't care, but that is just, again, is that in their nature?
Yes.
Or is that?
Yes.
You think that's in their nature?
Yes. Who sold who to the Jews to get them over here? Correct. Okay.
I was afraid of that you were gonna go. For fuck's sakes. That's not true. That is so not true.
Look at Africa. Look at Africa. They will eat their babies if they do certain
Yeah,
things
and
wrong.
they live in huts of shit. I know. But guess what? If you look at Eastern Europeans, which are arguably more white than the average American, they can be seen doing far more tribal or barbarian shit sometimes. So, is it really a race thing?
Yes. It really
Yes,
is.
it is.
IQ distribution is a race thing. Like,
Also, you do know that most relative IQ statistics are flawed. Not the whole like, no. The average. Hold on. The average IQ in Africa, those numbers are relatively accurate. But then if you start looking at Israel or China, then the numbers are skewed, because guess what? Israel is not testing every fucking person on their IQ. Same goes for China. China is only testing the high educated. So when you see an average IQ of 115 in China, it's a blatant fucking lie because they haven't tested every goddamn farmer in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
Alright, bro. Listen, bro, I get it. Import some more niggers.
So if the farmers and the rednecks don't have an high IQ, then why aren't they killing as many people?
I'm not saying import more niggers. I'm arguing that a little self-reflection might do Americans good sometimes.
I'm not sure how
I'm living the American dream, baby.
Black crime statistics are very obvious. Like, listen, we've tried pumping money into black communities, and that's what you're looking at Chicago and California, and even sometimes in Detroit.
I was a shitter, unlucky SEC.
Yeah, it sucks. Even has the name bot too. What if it actually is a bot? That's what scares me. Anyways, yeah. So you have these places that, hopefully that has shit in it. Is actually trying to pump money directly into the problem, and you know, okay, here's the quote unquote higher standards of education, this and that and this and that. But it still has like the effect is nil. The crime rates stay relatively the same. Single parent households stay relatively the same. The whole entire idea
you could put the shade on the EKP too.
Nope.
SCC.
I've not noticed that in the Netherlands. Again, and the argument that because we're a smaller country, I mean that's just also fundamentally flawed because you can try and apply similar methods Jesus Christ, in cities, and you'll find similar results. So,
what do you mean?
He's got ears as well. If you want.
Higher standards of education more often than not result actually in quite an absolute fuck ton of difference. And just throwing your hands up saying, oh, it's just niggers, they're never gonna change.
They won't.
Again, and that's where you're fucking wrong.
No, they won't. They've proven time and time
So
again they
then,
won't.
so again, just because you're currently, and you say it's proven time and time again.
So you're straw manning this right now. That's the problem.
No.
You're
great.
saying
That's
you're
now you're
hear me out.
You're
Don't
Reddit
get mad,
buzzwording
don't
me,
get
bro.
mad,
You're
don't get
Reddit
mad.
buzzwording me.
Hear me out before you get mad. I'm saying. My point is that the whole entire you're throwing your hands up and saying niggers will never change. No one's saying that. Maybe Golsh is, but I'm not.
That's what I'm basically gathering here. But sorry, yes, continue, because then I'm misinterpreting you, Tony.
It's on the niggers to change. It's on them. I mean, like if you look at like people
That's
like
a very
Malcolm
American. That's a very American point of view.
Malcolm X literally wanted better for his people.
Yeah, and he did so in killing people. Martin MLK the same. Well, MLK didn't actually kill anyone, but certainly inadvertently resulted in people dying, regardless of the fact that he was preaching peace. Same could be argued for Mandela, for fuck's sakes.
Well, that's the point. It's not, you know, oh, fuck them, they'll never, you know, it's not.
That's what I just heard from Kyle, which you can call your goals, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I literally just raised the question, is it because they will not change because of their race? And then I heard yes from Gulch. So, and again, and it's because
Canadian.
because
He's
because
Canadian.
history
He doesn't get to have an
because
opinion.
history proved this time and time again, which that's also a fallacy, by the way. If you want to start talking about fallacies, which I hate going, oh, that's a strawman. That's a, even though strawman and ad hominem are currently the two most commonly known ones by Reddit, and there isn't a fucking Reddit thread right now that doesn't talk about strawman or ad hominem, which I just disgusting. And half the time they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. So, if you really want to start talking fallacies, I've already noticed 5, but I don't give a shit. Point being still is that
I don't get why you really care. Like
why? Because it says, but as Tony just exactly, because I like discussing it. But as Tony just said, it's up to themselves. That's a very American point of view, because Americans are very liberal in that manner, liberal in the sense of self freedom. As in, like, people are responsible for themselves, are the reason why they can or cannot become better individuals, and that's an understandable point of view to take. But I'm afraid that no matter how long you leave it up to themselves, this system that has been made results in this perpetuating forever, because the system and politicians, for that matter, wants these people to stay like this.
If that were the case, scholarships wouldn't exist for African Americans, and there's a lot of scholarships for African Americans.
Well, but it's not about that. It's about the fact that if you have an entire county that is literally brain dead and retarded, and you'll tell them you'll give them an extra amount of food stamps every fucking month, because if they vote Democrat, then guess what they're gonna fucking do? They're gonna vote Democrat, which it's far more incentivized for a politician to keep these kinds of literal castes in place, keep people stupid in certain communities.
Yeah, that's for hard.
So how can you expect someone that has always been surrounded by retardation, by crime, by violence, murder, etc., to improve their lives if they literally could not see beyond that line?
Because they can. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. They can't. Of course they can.
How? How do you think they can?
Literally just look at the person riding down the block with the fucking Rolls Royce. Oh, I wonder how he got that. Now you might be thinking,
what do you think goes... No. But that's because you're relatively intelligent, so you'll start thinking, oh, he saved his money, he actually spent some time educating himself. Guess what the average nigger will think? That's the rapper.
No.
That's the only way they see how you can make money. Drugs, crime, or making music. Does that sound like an educated individual? Fuck no. Money management, for that matter. Do you think these people?
It really does, though. That's how niggers get rich in America, buddy.
Well, luckily here in Europe.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yep. Third story. Get out.
Is that Rochella?
Oh shit.
Oh, that's not good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh shit. You got this. Go
I
kill
didn't
him.
even think about that.
3 games, dude.
Good luck, buddy. Gotta make sure.
I just think this whole conversation has changed from guns to just black people.
I want you to understand that
it doesn't have to stay on one topic, of course.
I know.
Conversation's gonna evolve.
When I feel like you were taking Dolce's argument as like the American viewpoint, and it's a very fucking he's a fucking Canadian.
No, it's not. No. I did not take his as American. I took it as the general opinion here, but I shouldn't have done that. And you're right.
Oh.
Nice. That was nice.
I'm also enjoying. Quick question, off topic completely. Any of you guys play through Fallout 3 Game of the Year?
No.
That's like not.
Damn. I beat Fallout 3, but I haven't played Game of the Year, and it just ended, and it gave me a cutscene afterwards, and I didn't know if I'm having Alzheimer's, thinking if it's like the game actually ended or that actually happened in the regular game too.
I would not know, sadly. So
yeah, no worries.
I can tell you, dude. I'll be right back. I'm here for a smoke.
Cheers. The classic European trying to enter the American's brain.
Yep.
A classic tale. Well, it's just they try and apply their culture to ours to try and, you know, understand it. You can't empathize using that type of mindset. I'm not gonna, you know, shit, if the black neighborhoods in the Netherlands as good as they say, shit.
Good for them, but we grew up in the same place, Tony.
Yeah. Well, I didn't, you know.
What'd you know?
Not Joy Road. Not Joy Road.
I grew up off 8 Mile, kinda.
Yeah. I did not.
Yep, that's it.
Isn't it so funny to hear? Yeah, isn't it so funny to hear everyone fucking from like European land say Eminem?
A lion?
From Detroit.
SCC? You're not taking the lion?
Yeah, you probably go get.
Those are player scavs.
Yep.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, good. Yeah.
Wow.
You would have got. Well, because he thought you were a player scav. You probably could have played it off too.
Check what he got. He might have some shit. Players got some decent shit, dude. Fuck him.
SCC is the busy man.
Ooh, you can switch out the M32s for the tactics ports.
Probably 2 blues in that rig.
You wish.
2 blue gunpowders.
Ultra med.
Oh. Oh, he's with.
Bust ass out. It ain't worth it. Oh, run.
What a nade.
No idea where he's throwing the nade.
Yeah.
All done. What I was going to say anyways is it went from guns to the average black guy, or the average nigger in that case, sure. But that's what's going to get to the point was Americans value individual freedom and individual responsibility far more than that of the state, which this results, in my opinion, in disproportionate amounts of problems like, as we talked about, the fact that there's far more significant gun crime there and just violent crime in general, regardless of per capita, regardless whether it is with a gun, with a knife, whatever.
Yes. Yes. You're correct.
So, again, shouldn't.
Let me ask you this question: You've flown by airplane before, right?
I'm an American, so yes, of course, I go there every year.
So, what do they tell you when they say the emergency masks are coming? Help yourself first, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna help my fucking self first in the real world too.
There's a big difference between you. Okay, there's a big difference.
I don't know. I'm gonna make sure I'm good before anybody fucking else.
Well, that again,
I'm looking
that's
out for me over other people.
Loss of oxygen deprivation at that altitude will result you passing out before you can get the other guy's mask on. But
and if someone points a gun at me, it's my life or theirs. I'm choosing mine.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. No,
you know
right.
what I mean?
You're right. No, I understand that fully.
Well, the thing is that we, as a nation,
but that situation wouldn't arise.
We preach gun safety as a nation, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like.
Yeah, people that own guns tend to be relatively responsible, like legally own guns.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. So, like, if someone's pointing a gun at someone, it's a serious threat to their life. And, like, getting to that point, while now, like, it just seems like it's becoming more common because it kind of is. The violence in the United States is trending downwards right now, just as a whole. I just want that to be flat out stated right now. But
is it actually?
Yes.
Violent crime per capita is going down in the U.S.
Believe it or not, yes. This year. With that being said,
shit, it has. Cool.
with that being said, you're gonna see a lot of these things reported on and very widely, stretched out. When something big happens, it's the same thing, just like as if something were to happen in the Netherlands.
No, of course. So it's more, yes, and it gets over dramatized, etc. So it's more likely to reach public eye, but also because it's more prevalent of happening. That's no shit. But I'm still trying to argue that I think the system in the United States is fucked, which is the result
I
of
disagree. I like it.
quite a bit of these problems. And again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the way the Netherlands is run is perfect by any means. For fuck's sakes, when you put a higher
no
tax
one's saying
bracket,
that.
you're paying 50% income tax, nearly 50, like 3, I think now it is, if you're earning over 100K a year, which is nuts. But still, like, I don't know.
The thing is that you gotta, like, these philosophies were founded back when there were frontiersmen.
Oh no, I have very little against the Bill of Rights or any serious law, but again, the world changes, like shit, we get new shit, we get more shit, and you need to change law and ruling based on that. You can't keep it exactly the way it was, because sadly, it's if you want to compete in this world, you can't. I mean, look at China, dude. They're just indoctrinating their people in order to actually become something. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, China also just stopped all people under fucking 18 from playing video games.
Yeah, of course. But that's because they don't want them to communicate online. It's 3 hours a week now, yeah? 1 hour Friday, 1 hour Saturday, 1 hour Sunday. So.
Jesus Christ.
And they're also teaching Xi Jinping thought now. Did you see that the other day?
No.
Oh, so like Mao had like his own little cult following, and they literally taught Mao thought in high schools. Xi is now doing the exact same thing. So feels good, man. But again, that's what you have to do if you want to compete. In some regards.
I think we're competing just fine, keeping our old set of ways. And I don't mean to sound like Mr. Boomer conservative man, but like,
I think you're slacking, dude.
It's that individual right that allows me, a manlet, to compete against 6'3" Tyrone who has, decided that it just wasn't my day to walk down his sidewalk. And so he comes up to me, and either I take my ass beating, or I shoot him.
How tall are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Manlet.
Okay. Well, I'm 6'1", so I'm literally just around average in the Netherlands, so it's but personally for me it changes nothing. I do know it yeah.
I'm like 5'11", 6 foot, depends on my back's feeling that day. To be honest, I got a real fucked up back from shit.
Just tell girls you're 6 foot, they won't care. They won't know.
Yeah.
Rode a lot of dirt bikes, crashed a lot, did a lot of dumb shit as a kid. My back's really fucked up. So if I'm fresh out of the chiropractor, yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Fresh out the chiropractor.
That's kind of, yeah.
I swear.
With that drip.
Yeah. Ooh, fresh, feeling good for 2 days. Yeah.
I was told to go to a chiropractor for my curved spine.
I've had a lot. About 90% of my experiences in bad areas, I've had not a single issue. Like,
I've been to Toronto and seen people get shot, so I really gotta be careful. Like, it's just, I don't trust certain people. I've seen too much of them cause harm to other people.
Well, it's the equalizer. It's the great equalizer. As a wise
the
man
IRL
once said,
KS23, yeah.
You have to read the room.
What? How's anyways, it keeps this
again, I mean, I will give Scotty credit. You walk around with confidence, like it's usually not a fucking issue, right?
It really depends.
I don't. Listen, here's the thing.
Post a fucking picture of the kid walking down the street with confidence as the teenagers sock him in the fucking face.
Luckily, we don't have to deal with shit like that around here.
That's the thing. You don't understand because you don't.
Well, that I partially don't. But again, that is
Even knockout games here a thing here in Canada.
well, knockout. Well, hold on.
No, what I'm saying
That was a fad.
I'd have to find it. It was a WebM that, go figure, made its way to poll.
Anecdotal. See, like this. I mean, he's like.
What do you mean? It is legitimate.
You were arguing a minute ago how like certain like serious things in the United States, say a mass shooting, it's over dramatized and more prevalent in the United States, therefore like it makes the United States look worse.
Here's the thing.
Is this thing on the screen? SEC?
These things aren't like mass shootings. It's actually widespread because that's why you get the attitudes that we have from being in the place that we have, which are these places. So that guy walking down the street was confident. He had his jacket. He was chin high. He had his fucking, little laptop sack. It looked like a fucking man purse, but I'm gonna give him, some leeway and just call it a laptop sack. All right. And he was just walking down. I think 3 teenagers total. 2 on the fence, on his right on the sidewalk. 1 on the left, just kind of chilling, and then 1 just recording. And then the kid just fucking socks him square in the fucking face. It was! You think they'd hit fucking 6'2" Tyrone? No. They would not pull that shit.
I mean, I fucking would, but
no, you're right. Again,
listen, here's my thing. I don't do shit out of fear. We all bleed the fucking same. I don't give a fuck how big you are. I don't care about any of that shit. You all bleed the fucking same.
It's easy to say when you have a gun.
I've been in situations where I didn't have guns. I was 7 years old getting jumped by 28th graders for just riding my bike down the street in Detroit.
He's never been
Didn't have a
jumped.
gun then, but I don't give a fuck.
He is never.
It is what it is.
Never.
You damn right. My 7-year-old ass tried to fight back.
He's never had a knife pointed at him.
I got my shit stomped and my nose broken.
No, I've had a knife.
I was leaking all over the floor
by a fucking white person. So
I've had a pistol.
That was not a mugging.
I've had a pistol to my head on multiple occasions. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna still talk my shit too because I can read a person. They're not gonna pull that fucking trigger. I give a fuck.
But again, as I said, even though if you look at there's this Romanian guy posting on poll like every week or so with this thread about how Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and fucking Den Haag have more blacks per capita as well than certain United States fucking big ass cities. So, but again, why?
Yeah, well, a big ass city holds 2 million people.
Yes, even so, that Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and Den Haag combined is probably around that too. So,
I live in a smaller city, and we still have a population of 400,000. We're not a major city.
But again, why would that not happen over here, but be oh so common in the United States? Regardless of race.
I don't know. But I'm just gonna keep my guns. Fuck.
There's never gonna be a case where guns are taken in the United States.
The niggers. So much so that they stay fine. They do not mug you. They will commit crimes amongst each other. And continue to stay a problem amongst each other. Probably is to not get, shit sentiment among them.
Hell, I wouldn't even mess with some Mexicans. They'll chop your head off.
Yeah, no, we've had a few more significant incidences here in the Netherlands. Again, that's more as a counter argument as well, but like for against myself. But like in the Netherlands, what was it? We had one shooting with an AK, I think, a few weeks ago, which that's very significant for us. It's like an AK. And then a few weeks prior to that, there was a very significant robbery with quite a few automatic rifles. But in no circumstance does a civilian die.
Okay, but until Netherlands has
they're all Russian imported. They're all like from Eastern Europe.
I know, but like you can
they're imported.
Well, they're not really. legally imported, but they're just literally driven.
Exactly. So
by a car.
illegal things will always find an illegal way to get the guns there.
It's still disproportionate, as I just said as well.
We can
It just
3D
happened
print
twice.
guns now, so it's not a big.
Yeah,
Even if they take them away, they're still going to be a thing. Doesn't matter.
I mean, an FGC9
But
is
the
nice
thing
for
is,
Europe, but
here's where it all started as well, with the ATF coming knocking on our doors because of our registered firearms. What about those ones that are imported that are not registered? Those will still be out there.
okay. Everyone
So
can
now,
argue that,
now you have
government-
guns only in the hands of the people that want to use them for harm.
Yeah, but you're arguing that the
fuck is
ATF is just wasting. Yeah, ATF is wasting time trying to fucking arrest.
So
people.
exactly.
But regardless, man, no shit. But there isn't a governmental institution that doesn't waste time like that. Whether it's the police, the military, the CIA, the NSA, whatever, the FBI, it don't matter. They're all fucking wasting time in certain weird ways like that. So we can bitch about all of them. System is scuffed, dude.
So what are you trying to get across?
I'm just arguing.
I just said it. I mean, he's trying to say that America's system, like, laws around guns and education and like how, quote unquote, the system is set up is scuffed. I could see how you come across that conclusion very easily.
Yeah, I
That's not
mean,
hard to
I
do at
can
all.
say as a Canadian, but I still think it's one of the greatest countries you can be in.
Yeah, the thing is
Oh,
that
blind nationalism is fine, dude, or patriotism, and we'll call it for now. But that's besides the point.
I mean, realistic.
Again, especially coming from the perspective of a European as well, because there are a lot of different things in the United States that arguably, even if you change even minor things when it comes to the education system, I think you could already do an absolute fuck ton of work.
Well,
But
right
even
now
that isn't being done.
Right now we're going through what is being called a labor shortage, but in reality it was a wage shortage. And now we're seeing wage hike. And we're starting to see like $15 an hour in a lot of places that what you would never even think that would be $15 an hour like 5 years ago. And that's gonna significantly change America.
Well,
like I don't think people understand the depth of that change.
Minimum, yeah, but that has can also have a lot of negative side effects. I mean, minimum wage increase, it really fucking
It
depends.
isn't the minimum wage increase though. The minimum wage was not increased to 15.
What is it? In
It's
the
like
United States, isn't it 7 something?
$7.45.
Yeah, okay, that's fucked though, dude.
Well, that's that. But that's what I'm saying. That's why there's a quote unquote labor shortage, and why I called it a wage shortage. Please follow along.
Ah, sorry, dude. I'm a little baked, you know, Dutch people things. But
cheers to that. But like the people of America are starting to wake up to that fact that, you know, shit, maybe 7.25 isn't good enough. And like even the most uneducated, drank the Kool-Aid people are realizing that because they can't afford to live in the household anymore.
it's clapped. But no, not
Oh
only
yeah, I'm on
that,
my phone. My bad. The garage door's opening.
But you understand that, yeah, the standard of living will increase if you increase these things as well. But it's also because
Well, that's the point. The standard of living increase, and with an increase in standard of living comes an increase in education. And that's what literally what you were talking about.
yeah, but problem still is that you don't disperse certain numbers, and also depends what you're teaching your kids and like on what points you're allowing to get, what you're basically allowing them to rise to. So
culture.
It's a bunch of different things.
Okay, here's one point.
Anyway,
I mean, culture.
Europe
There's
has
also
been around.
But
Europe
yeah,
has been around for
it is
2,000
mentality,
years,
so yeah,
and
culture.
America has been around for 200.
What?
People also don't want to work hard. You know how high the demand is for labor jobs, and the pay that's included in that.
Yeah, like right now, if I wanted to, right now, I could hit up a friend and have a job doing drywall tomorrow starting. No questions asked, no drug test, no, just tomorrow you're here.
Probably starting
you
at 20 to 25 an hour.
No, about 18, 19.
But it's a trade. In some
And-
regards.
I mean, that's starting
And
with
a lot
really
of
just-
trades are paid apprenticeships. I could go right now to an electrician company and get a paid apprenticeship starting at $29 an hour to learn.
bullshit.
Paid apprenticeships for electricians start out around $25 an hour average. I could go to trade school for a year and a half, learn how to weld. I could go get a job at a power plant.
No, I don't want to call that. I don't want to call trade school. Trade school costs money, and saving is one of
Trade
Americans'
school
weak
is-
suits.
Trade school is very cheap.
You say you're getting... Yeah, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter.
And here's the thing. If you go and apply at these places and say, hey, I want to go to trade school, most of them will pay for your school. Because it's that high of a demand. In welders, I can go to a power plant right now, FPL, Florida Power and Light. I can go there straight out of trade school with my welder certification and get started at $47 an hour and get $2.50 pay increase every single year for the next 10 years. So you want to talk about the minimum wage. People don't want to work. People don't want to put in the hard work. I run a business.
Again, that's not entirely true either, because who's going to do all the dog shit? Like, who's going to clean your toilets? Who's going to pick up your trash?
People who want to make money.
Either way. My point being is it doesn't the solution is not what we just came to
Okay,
the
but
problem
grown ass adults, 35 years
money
old, that
oneself
don't want
is
to
problem.
complain, can easily go out and do these things.
Yeah, that's like the people who are gonna scrub your toilets. It could be fucking anyone. 75-year-old Agnes can fucking do it if she wants to. If it pays $25 an hour, she thinks that's a decent retirement hobby because she cleans the house. $25 an hour, heck, that's good enough for her. That's good enough to fucking pad the fucking Medicaid, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. You know, it's literally.
know where y'all are. What do you wanna? Where you're coming from here? What's your point?
The point is,
you think that again, this standard of living
problems,
increase?
Yeah, one of the giant problems that America faces, like a lot of the things that you're saying, would be solved by increasing the standard of living amongst all Americans.
Yeah, okay, but I can agree with that.
If you give and actually educate, which again comes with the standard of living increase, Americans in general about proper financing and, let's say, childcare, you know?
Yeah.
With that standard of living increase, you have enough money to give your kids, you know, childcare. Take them to childcare, you know, so you can go work that 9-to-5 job that pays $25 an hour now.
No, dude. I totally agree with you on this. The issue is, in my eyes, is what if you don't allow this to go regulated? You know, so what if companies, now that you've increased the standard of living and everyone is earning a set basis, what results in the entirety of, well, mostly consumer goods not resulting in just rising in price?
I think if that were the case, that would happen with the Whopper back in the 90s. But it didn't. Same thing with the Big Mac. It didn't. People said, "Oh my God,
you have to
the
write
Costco
legislation.
burger's gonna
You
go
have
up
to write
another $5."
legislation.
No, there was no fucking legislation, Scotty. We raised the minimum wage in the 90s. Everyone lost their fucking heads, and the Whopper went up by $1.
$1.
$1.
That's still very significant. No, percentage-wise, it's about percentages. $1 is fucking a shit ton, dude. But no, not that. No. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, raising the standard of living would also result in people no longer referencing to a certain metric as the price of a fucking fast food chain item, because in theory, standard of living is eating healthy as well. But again, the rise of money, if not the rise of minimum wealth, if not properly regulated, can result in serious fucking issues. And I think ours in the Netherlands, I mean, it's regulated here as well. Like you cannot, food is not allowed to change at certain prices over certain problems. So, say there's a shortage in something, they're not allowed to just crank up the numbers to whatever the fuck they want.
Inflation is a thing. No one's denying inflation is a thing.
Yeah, but that again. I'm afraid that's not just going to solve the entire problems. I think it also again has to start with the basis of what education is. So you're going to have to do more from a governmental standpoint, which is very fucking annoying for America to accept, because it is all again about individual responsibility and freedom. But sadly, without a certain form of state in this regard, you're going to have a fucking problem.
You also have to think that it's how the dude, like, fuck, you don't even understand what you're proposing. Like, education in Texas is going to be so vastly different from education here in Michigan.
Oh, I'm not stating that it should be like
the
federal
things that are
regulated.
Taught, well, you literally, that's what you just advocated for, the government.
Well, not entirely. Again, it depends. But yes,
Well,
in a lot of regards.
That so I don't, argue against the
Sorry. In some regards, fucking history should not, or certain things around your area, depending, of course, as well on the intelligence, usually, because at least how it's done here in the Netherlands, you should definitely be able to make something for your own fucking state. However, general rulings like the amount of students that should be inside of a school, the certain expected level of education, the partial curriculum as well, combined with the fact that it should basically cost fucking jack shit across the board, that would probably... Yeah?
What do you think should be taught in Texas? And I mean the most rural part of Texas you could think. I mean,
a basic standard of education, which literally... And not just farming. Or doing literally fuck all. Learning how to ride a horse from my European standpoint. Becoming a fucking cowboy, basically. But no,
wouldn't you think that
they should still receive a standard? Again, yes, culture, when it comes to religion, sure, yes, no shit.
There's already Common Core that already exists.
Again, the level right now that Americans receive, combined with, again, the fact that here in the Netherlands, teachers are picked on diversity of mindset, not, and they've been doing that for 80, 90 years now already. It's been really long. But basically the goal is that you don't have teachers that are all identical. You make sure that you basically have every different kind of person during your high school lifetime, just to try and give you a different perspective. Because if you're in a Mormon town going to some, well, again, Mormons are it's a bad example, but say, yeah, it's a Christian farm town in the middle of rural Texas, then yeah, no shit. Are they only going to find themselves now in a high school or that are just surrounded by people that are exactly like them?
Well,
so again,
the thing is that the education needs to cater to these kids' situation.
Or if you have 40 black kids in one fucking classroom and they're all fucking acting retarded and not getting any work done whatsoever.
Correct.
Which you should be splitting those.
Different education system that caters to Detroit's students than Texas students.
Again, as I said, it's not entirely. That's what I said as well. There should be curriculum basis as well on fucking.
Well, the government
state-wise
that's
or
much different
county-wise.
from arguing from having a government standard.
Nah, and that's
not standard.
There should be nuance. There should be a gray area, dude. You shouldn't just be able to have one and not the other.
That's unfortunately how it's run. That's how the education system is happening, buddy.
But that's what I'm saying. That's one of the things that could change. Potentially for the better, if not the worse.
That's like saying we should repeal the NFL. Yeah, okay, but Yeah, okay, bro. We'll totally repeal the Hughes Amendment any day now.
I've absolutely no idea what the fuck that is, mate.
No, NFA is the National Firearms Act, and the Hughes Amendment was the amendment that banned any manufacturer of machine guns and the sale of them to civilians without a filing, registering them with the government. Passed 86, I think.
Yep. Eh.
It was a bullshit amendment. We own machine guns just fine.
It was the government who was scared of control.
What's
It
going
really
on?
is, bro. They're scared of the equalization of the civilian to the government.
Of course. Yeah, of course. They always fucking have and they always fucking will, but that's nearly any person in power.
Just like with suppressors, there's no need to federally regulate suppressors.
Yeah.
But again, that's a government doing certain actions to benefit themselves rather than the public. But I think, again, with the right responsibility, what if you were to give every fucking black kid in Detroit a gun legally, but they could only take the gun if they followed every fucking proper course in the United States when it comes to gun law?
They
You think
just
anything would
wouldn't do
change?
They
You
would get
don't
them
think?
illegally.
They'll still get them illegally.
Yeah.
But you just armed the
Nah,
other
nigga, I ain't
half.
doing that bullshit,
But
bro.
you
I
just
ain't got-
armed
I
the
got
other
my
half.
strap, bro.
What if you just armed the other half,
that's
dude?
what's up.
Because it's mainly about civilians here as well, no? That's the biggest issue. Anyone in that life is fine to fucking off themselves, in my opinion. Because you've chosen that path.
No, they get off, or they off other people.
Again, it's about civilians, as I said. It's about bystanders getting fucked. People that really don't have anything to do with it.
Don't get me wrong, there are some black people that are nice people, but the ones that are grown in the hood are not gonna change. Like, look at Tupac, he became a rapper, still got shot.
That's again exactly what we're talking about, and it's like, how are we going to change that? That's what we're trying to argue here.
The only...
Yeah, and I think from my argument, we should my argument for the debate.
Yeah, raise the standard of living. I get what you mean.
That his is
You
the education standpoint.
Yeah, but again, what do you think? What if you give every black household in the ghetto right now double their income? What do you think they're gonna spend it on? Better education.
I can tell you what they spend it on because I look at it.
Stop. Everyone be quiet. Everyone fuck. No. You did not just say that.
No, but for real, just to be honest.
Because A, you're assuming a UBI, and that again, the whole entire argument was based upon jobs, not just they have this magical income that
No,
gets
but
doubled.
their parents, their households, they will still have some form of income that will nearly be doubled. More, because you were proposing $25 an hour. From 7, that's a shit ton.
What? I didn't propose $25 an hour. What do you? Come on.
We were
now.
talking about 25 clean toilets, mate.
Yeah, I said Agnes would do it if it was 25 because it's
Fair
enough
enough.
for her.
But if that were to be true, because say what would you think would result in a better standard of living? Like what increase of minimum wage?
I mean, I think 15 should be at least right
That's
now.
double. So doubling their income. If a household has their income doubled, what do you think they might spend the
If they're
money
working for minimum wage, yeah, but wage in Michigan.
These people are, working. Some working.
No, I mean literally, it's
some
all
black
like
mom
$9.
with three nigglets that are running around becoming gangsters, and she's staying in the house because daddy
She's
ran
not
away.
government assistant. She doesn't have a job.
Again, say she does. She's got 3. She now doubled her income. What's she gonna spend the money on? Better education for their kids.
Well, that's doubling the social services, and that's completely outside of my argument.
Again, I think even if you were to give them more money, regardless, and raising the standard of living, and that result would not really benefit any average American because they wouldn't even know what the fuck to do with the money. So
I disagree. I mean,
not all. It's again, it's grey. It's not black and white. But again, I'd argue most probably would. They'd buy the newest
you're
iPhone
not
every
wrong.
year.
You're
They
not,
buy
you're not
the
wrong.
next.
Financial
Oh, the new
literacy is
Chevy
not our
came
strong
out.
suit.
Oh, but that's why you need to change the education system from a federal level, dude. You need to
That
actively
is
put these.
where a higher standard of living comes in. When you get the higher standard of living, they can seek education. You can't seek education when you're too worried about getting your fucking ass capped on the fucking corner.
Oh, that's
you
true.
need to make that money.
That's part of Maslow's pyramid. I'm sure you know what the fuck that shit is.
Oh yeah. The hierarchy of needs. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, safety in that regard is indeed one before you have the time and issue to worry about those kinds of things. But again, it's about the average and helping these people. Just throwing money at them, I don't think is gonna result in these people actually being able to grow above that. Maybe in a few generations.
They need money to just live and get food.
Yeah, that's true.
Getting food and,
rent, gas.
I mean, yeah, definitely rent. But a car so you can get to work.
Depends
maybe
exactly.
Enough money for childcare.
Exactly.
Again, all that alone will keep them in the house and not doing illicit activity. Or, not in the house necessarily. I mean, cooped up, like it will hold them to a higher standard of living.
Okay. Well, again, but you
Quite
also,
literally.
and in my opinion, I think that's all fine, and I totally agree with that. I just again say that just raising minimum wage isn't gonna do it, man. You're gonna have to aid from a federal level because it won't make the jump. Nothing education on nothing, dude.
No, but it's, again, you're looking at it from a different perspective. It's the individualism that shows when you get this higher standard of living. When a black man gets his house,
Again, individual responsibility.
Yes.
Difference here. Yeah.
You gain these responsibilities as a man, and again, that's where the skew comes in. Yeah, obviously you have trap houses and shit like that. And
Regardless of all that, but again, it's still more for me. America should again be a more unified front in a lot of different ways. Again, also to compete on the global economic market right now, because it is going to be very difficult if you continue to let China run the way it currently is. So, again, how do you do that? Do you do that by?
So why is it up to America to stop China?
Because you have to counter. Because America's the only. Again, I am personally an American, and I think the only country right now capable, maybe the European Union, but it's the only things that might be capable. No, Russia can't, dude. Their economy is way too small. Well, that partially, but their economy is just too small. They can't compete. So say China. That's not the point. Say China buys up the entirety of South America, South Africa, South America and Africa, etc. What they'll do is they'll plant every mine there, every harbor they will buy. They'll buy entire fucking areas with natural resources, and they'll put their own towns filled with their own people in these areas, and they'll just fucking expand. And sooner or later, these places will become. They're pretty. Nah, well, dude, Africa is one of the most resourceful continents on the globe. It would be silly to let that pass. Which is why, again, right now the United States. Right now, the issue is the United States. The fact that you can't band people together to even produce some economic output. It's just slowly fucking regressing. And in China, if opportunities arise, both from their governmental standpoint, there are going to be companies and money in a lot of regards that is eventually going to go in that direction, which is going to give them more power. It's kind of going to snowball, which China has done and was doing during the when China was basically one of the largest empires in the world. But point being is that you're only, Tony, requiring people to stand up to become a man in the United States out of their own free will and need. But I don't think you're able to become a front against a state like this unless you actively aid and help the people that can't even conceptualize how to help themselves. So, and that's, I think, the only, you gotta pull every man, every woman, every fucking thing you can in that country, and you gotta try and get them to partially work towards a common goal. And if, again, most of the niggers are too stupid to even understand what the fuck that could mean, because they are again either too worried about not delivering that fucking eighth of weed to the local nigger down the street, or else he's gonna get his ass capped, and he's never gonna even consider the fact that he might work towards the state to actively be a better person, maybe become something, and at the same time helping that state achieve a common goal, which is that of everybody in that state, and aiding and helping itself up. So why again can't you from a federal level actively start pushing more for that direction? Again, and I understand out of traditional perspective, it's because out of for personal responsibility and personal freedom, but I still argue that it would be more beneficial to everyone to have the state aid a little more in that regard.
So the whole entire reason,
and a bipartisan system ain't gonna help that. But yeah.
Anyways, the whole entire reason we still have these systems the way they are is because two things. One, a large enough majority has not challenged. Two, the people who are elected currently are old as fuck.
Mm-hmm. And establishment and or already have money, so
all that kind of being torque. The old people are never they don't even understand the fucking internet. Like, it's
they're watching a channel. What's that Christian channel in the US? Club like no. Fuck. My grandma watches it. That's some weird ass Christian show.
Point is, this generational gap.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there, man. And again, I'm not saying that people will all of a sudden wake up tomorrow and everyone will vote Libertarian Party to try and actively change the bipartisan establishment. And that won't happen. Because again, people will never even come to the idea of that. But that's why how can you change this system so it competes more on a global scale, or else America will regress into itself? Imagine Canada dying you guys in economic output in like 200 years. Holy fucking shit, dude. I'd be ashamed. I don't want to have an American passport anymore. I don't want to be able to call myself an American.
Yeah. Paulie may have moved slow.
I think this is just a European opinion on one country. Like,
sorry, Leaf. I hit home there.
You hear me, boy?
What?
Said, Paulie may have moved slow. Well, that's only because Paulie didn't move for anybody.
Let's fix all America's problems. Meanwhile, the Jews will just destroy them anyways.
Yeah, well, that's also a different story.
There's all these solutions to fix the problem, but none of them's gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Implementing them is actively savage.
Well, talking about them, so again, solving the world's problems, which is what you call it. No shit, it doesn't solve the world's problems, but thinking about these things is good.
I'm talking domestic.
And what? Sorry, Tony. What?
I'm talking solving domestic.
Yeah.
These things are actively sabotaged.
Yeah, of course, dude.
Yeah, bro. AstroTurf McNuts face totally disagrees with my foundation. And he set up a website to tell everyone about it. And his apparent 100,000 followers that totally just sprung up overnight. Reminder.
Yeah.
The FCC said, hey, you guys got to build out a fiber network. And we gave them $1 billion to do that. They never did. What's up with that? Why wouldn't they want more Americans to be educated through the internet? Why would that be?
Again,
Yes, they would go to 410 and be
I
red
wonder who
pill.
owns these ISP companies.
we just no. We just talked about this though, dude. Again, it's the same thing. It's the fact that the system wants to perpetuate this kind of like caste system, basically. And yeah, have people stay stupid by means of not giving them means of communication.
There's different systems though.
China's doing exactly that right now.
You got the
Wait,
boomer retard system. You got the Jew system. You got.
of course, but altogether they're
dynamics
still
here.
contributing. They're contributing to the system. So
The chart, bro. I can tap the chart. Don't make me tap the chart.
oh no, he's gonna bring out the infographics. No.
I'll do it, bro. I'll do it, bro. I'll post it, bro. You know what
fuck.
I'm about to post too.
Probably. Is it the big ass web chart?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This motherfucker. No, that's because it's in the fucking Judaic interest to, just like with a lot of these kinds of subcultures, even just like Freemasons, it's a similar shit. These bitches are extracting fucking Red Rebel. It's similar shit. Like, they're just rich and powerful, and they want to maintain that power and that wealth within their own fucking community. So they just selectively put their own people in positions of power and try to maintain that. Which, that kind of behavior, though, yeah, no, I agree. Burn it, especially if it's under religious pretense, it can go to hell. But, not all Jews.
Okay, it's 99% of them. Okay, I agree.
No, fuck the FCC, dude. For many reasons.
The FCC won't let me
Yeah,
be. So let
fuck
me
the
be.
FCC.
So let me see.
Where is this chart? Oh, there. Jesus Christ, what chart is this?
Have you guys
Oh, bro, you haven't seen this, bro?
ever heard of Fed Smoker?
I might have.
I'm gonna post
No,
a
I've
video. I need everyone to watch it. Nope. It's like meth head.
Nice.
That's interesting.
Yeah, this is the world
I'll
government.
post it.
Quite
Sorry.
literally. And yeah, it's I mean, you can literally look all this up. It's all public information.
Investment banking. Here we go.
Alright, I just posted a video. Just check it out. Get off topic for a minute.
Faggot.
Get your key.
I'm gonna talk to the sheriff's department about you, buddy, okay?
Go get him. Go get him.
And I'm gonna, because you're taking it, hey, bitch. Take it easy, fuckhead.
Where's the Rothschilds, man? I missed some here. Oh, there they are. Oh, well, this isn't entirely wrong either in some regards, but at the end of the day, it is just networking too, so. From what? Not that I know. Hold up one second. I got a guy right here.
You're nothing for me, buddy.
Oh, it's fucking AI.
This is America at its finest.
I'll check out
No,
this now.
America at its finest was the dumpster wars. Borderlands 3.
That was amazing.
Truly, that is America.
I
at its
doubt it.
finest.
I doubt it.
That is America, baby. I'm gonna fucking
I
kill
think
you.
those
A guy
guys
who's
only
top.
got a couple years.
I know, they did. They didn't get shit for a fucking sentence.
Because the guy was on their property or something.
No. because he literally said, "I'm going to kill you."
Oh yeah, true. But they got like a couple years or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
To be honest, I don't know. I do know though is that is a fucking two manlets, one fat old man, the other just a bloat lord son, and then a fucking giant 6'5" looking fucking steroided up meathead with a bat in close distance who's saying, "I'm going to kill you." And you can just sit there because you're a goddamn American. Stand your ground with your shotgun on your shoulder and say, "I doubt it."
And then you hear the woman crying in the background. Well, the wife.
Oh wait, is it that? Oh yeah, no, okay, I know that video. That was
I doubt it.
fucking him
Yep.
and his fat fucking kid, dude. Their fucking denim overalls, fucking Jesus Christ.
They were
Absolutely based.
Texas at its finest.
Absolutely based. The whole entire argument was over who throwing a mattress in the dumpster.
Seriously?
Yeah, like the mattress either was like going in the dumpster, or, like going in someone's yard and killing like their fucking yard and shit. I don't know.
Did
I
you
thought
see that
I thought it was
one?
something else. I thought it was like some fucking. I thought it
No,
was
that's what
related
the
with their
argument was
car.
actually over. Is about a
Seriously?
mattress near a dumpster in the yard. Yeah, no joke. But
Jesus
then obviously
Christ.
you got someone
Did you
saying, "I'm
see
going to
that
kill you."
one in the winter time when
Yes,
the
when the guy
guy?
shoots the guy who talks shit and kills his wife. Yes, everyone's seen it.
Yeah, then he killed himself.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Would you say Dumpster Wars is rarer than the video that he's referenced? That Ghost is referenced?
Dumpster video is way more fucking American because it's
Like,
it's literally. Wait, what?
Is it less known, you reckon?
Oh yeah. It's nowhere near as high profile as a case.
It was only known because of a meme, like the Borderlands thing, where they made fun of it with Borderlands 2 images.
No, it was popular because someone fucking domed someone, and it was all caught with audio of them getting domed and it being merciless. No, nothing was censored. I figured you knew. But yeah, all day that dumpster thing is just the quintessential American experience. Some giant 6'5" guy telling you he's gonna kill you, and you're just saying, with your gun in your hand, "I doubt it."
What did they get for that in the end?
I don't know. I still don't know. Yep, I'm Googling, bro.
Down the rabbit hole. Oh no. I need to find out more about these guys that you want to know.
Damn, the YouTube video's removed.
Oh, that's national woods camping. I see.
It's scheduled for August. Wait. So then, did it get pushed back? Damn, this happened 3 years ago, and they still haven't gotten sentenced. Imagine being in jail for just fucking 3 years. The two are free on $100,000 bond each. You can't provoke someone and call it self-defense, Box said. I didn't know saying "fuck you, cocksucker" was good enough to antagonize someone to kill you.
Hmm? On top of that retard. What'd you think of Fed Smoker there, Tony?
Yeah.
He passed away, unfortunately.
I know.
Sad.
The people want to know.
Ta retard, Jesus Christ.
Ta there, retard.
What the fuck? It looked like they were both on something.
We are the Toronto public. We want to shop. This is your average leaf.
Just walked over here.
You okay there, Grandpa?
Who?
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Oh shit, that's got like 5 people jumped in my room, scared the fuck out of me.
Alright, Tony, you gotta watch this one.
Bro, I just want to play Fallout, bro. Please.
This is the compilation. Let's do one.
Just 5 minutes, bro. Please.
Video's 3 minutes, please.
I've played the game and it's been open for an hour.
Nice T5000 you got there, Rain. It's a nice T5000 you got there, Rain. Take that into labs, dear brother.
Take it in the factory.
Bro, I can just one-tap people like COD, bro.
Yeah, dude, it hit a single shot for 3 days straight. Fucking Shomo. Look at that XP gain. Woods fucking sucks, dude.
This Fed Smoker guy is pretty decent content, not gonna lie.
Fed Smoker's amazing. You should look up Fed Smoker versus Twang's News Crew.
What the fuck is this?
You watched the compilation one?
I'm looking at what you just said. Versus Twang?
Yeah, Fed Smoker versus Twang's News Crew. He goes off the fucking deep end. He is fucked
Okay,
up
that's
off
where he
meth.
asked. Okay, that's the girl he asked for her number. Alright. For her name.
Yeah, and his last name is Connell. It's in the dictionary. That's what we do here in America.
Понятно.
You still trade for slicks? SCC? No?
You still can. Ragman. Yeah, right here, dude.
Oh, it's still pretty much the same.
Peace out, dude.
Alright, man.